Hi everyone, I hope you're doing well today. We're going to discuss Neptune direct in Pisces on December 10th, 2025 at 7:23 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Neptune will be at 29 degrees and 22 minutes as it's going direct in Pisces, just about to enter Aries. It will enter Aries permanently on January 26, 2026, but until then, we're discovering the divinely guided steps of wisdom. How to approach Neptune during this time. You will notice that there will be a little bit of clarity that comes to you in regards to habits, self-sabotaging habits. Will be shown the truth why you are motivated to do those habits. Also, there is truths that are being shown to you to help you heal on a conscious level, so there isn't a repeat of any type of patterns that are stuck. These truths could be related to past conditioning that you had experienced that wasn't processed consciously. Neptune will shine its light on these hidden truths and make you either see that the experience was either to help you upgrade in consciousness or inspire you to place boundaries on what is accepted in your reality now and to make the necessary action to change it. 29 degrees being the final degree toward wisdom is showing you that only you can choose the Piscean power. The power to transform yourself or to place boundaries against the pattern and end it. Okay, so Neptune has that capability of dissolving situations or make that situation seem as it is dissolving, so you will act accordingly. In Pisces, it could be that you need to surrender and let go of faith. Have forgiveness or compassion for the situation. Neptune is the ruler over Pisces, so the themes of Pisces is on steroids and amplified at 29 degrees. This includes feelings of victimization and suffering, especially due to it being conjunct to Saturn while it was retrograding. But Neptune will shine as wisdom of the divine once again, as it did in March 2025 this year, and ask, what is your decision? Is it to transform yourself for that spiritual evolution, boundaries that need to be put up against the circumstances, or endings of the situation? It can also occur to your mind that surrender is necessary for you to let go and go with faith as the situation plays out. You do have free will, so this decision is yours. Now, I'm going to go over all the signs. Please watch your sun, moon, and rising sign to get a full picture of how this is affecting you and your world. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you soon. Hi, Aries. I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at Neptune going direct in your 12th house. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. All right, this is for Aries, sun, moon, or rising. The 12th house being the Piscean house in your chart, of course. The 12th house is loss. The 12th house is grief, spirituality, soul work, enlightenment. It's foreign revenue, film and photography. It's represented by places such as prisons and hospitals. The mystical is the 12th house, such as astrology and tarot. This is also where you let go and go with faith. Endings and transformations are activated here. Psychic and intuitive abilities, your habits, your self-sabotaging habits is here. And where things are secret, hidden and private, okay? Neptune going direct is placing a divine wisdom toward your enlightenment. Okay. And it's in regards to any type of self-sabotaging behavior or habits that you may have encountered. It could be that Neptune shines light onto excuses or the narrative that you have in regards to using those habits. Could be drugs or alcohol, could be avoiding or escaping a situation. This could also be Neptune talking to you in regards to spirituality and the divine, to where you may have not met the divine up until Neptune being in Pisces. Neptune has been here for the last 14 years. Okay. And there could have been, I want to call them spasms, right? Spasms of upgrading of your consciousness, being aware of situations. Neptune could be asking you, how many times do you have to be aware of that situation for you to transform? This could be a situation of you needing to end something, or you need to transform yourself into a more compassionate, loving person toward the situation or others, okay? Because when we're dealing with Pisces, we're dealing with the collective also. And collective energy may have had an impact on this upgrade that you're going through. It could have been that you were in the dark in regards to how collective energy worked. And once this happened, Neptune and Pisces, you were fully aware. It may have taken some time, 14 years, but you are now fully aware of how you, as a person, thinks on your own without the influence of collective energy, okay? The divine could have opened up a new spiritual awakening for you, to where you went through the dark night of the soul in regards to either a loss or grief situation. There could have been more losses that happened in regards to the situation of your habits, or in regards to the situation of trying to transform you into a compassionate person, but it was triggering. It was triggering the losses that you had went through and experienced before. Past conditioning is a theme. When it comes to Pisces being activated, this is healing of any type of past conditioning that you have already went through. Experiences that you have encountered in regards to either faith, loss, either truths coming out, okay, secrets being revealed to you, to where they had left you feeling like you were in the dark this whole time, and then all of a sudden, the light is shined upon it. Therefore, you had to make a decision. There had been times to where forgiveness was a thing for you, and you may have forgave a lot of people in regards to their actions, the hidden truths coming out to you. Also, this could have been a letting go and going with faith in situations that you had a loss in. Okay, that could have happened. This is Neptune asking you, how did you learn from the situation the first time? Because this isn't the first time that this has happened. 29 degrees has already happened in March of 2025. Okay, and Neptune may have, as it was building up to that 29th degree, asked you already to see the truth as it was, the red flags, and you may have pushed it away. Okay, sometimes there are situations with Neptunian circumstances that happen so that we can upgrade. And I'll give you an example, okay? So, say that you're in a relationship and the relationship was usually started with Neptune, right? Neptune transiting somewhere in your chart that indicated love. Or it was aspecting your Neptune or aspecting a situation of love in your chart, okay? Like Venus or something. You get into a relationship with this highlight of Neptune being activated. You can't see that red flag that's shining upon you. That is a reoccurring Piscean situation of not being able to see the truth completely until they are in it. And usually it can be too late and they have to let go and go with faith, end it, or transform themselves to be able to adapt to the situation. Okay? And that could be what you're going through. And it is your decision on whether or not you would like to move forward with it. Okay? But if it's not in love, it could be with a job. There could have been situations of losses of jobs, right? That had happened. And it's due to that is not your destiny, but you needed to figure out how to operate within either the actual situation of losing the job, or this could have been you needed to operate with understanding how other coworkers work. They could have had an impact on you. Or this could have been, trying to find your passion, trying to find that destiny. And when things don't work, to trust your intuition, your intuitive gifts. Okay, and understand that God, source, universe is divinely guiding you through the situation, whether or not you have one or not. Surrender could have been a thing, right? With Neptune and Pisces, surrender is highlighted in situations, but it is up to you on whether or not that circumstance that you're in, the situation that is accumulating, whether or not you want to transform yourself and be enlightened or to end the situation. But I do want to say a disclaimer in regards to ending situations abruptly because you don't want them in your life, that there is another side to life to where if you haven't learned the lessons of the situation, it will show up again, right? It will show up again in a different person or in a different situation to where either you upgrade your consciousness to deal with the situation or it's becoming a pattern and it comes back around. This is time for you to stop the pattern. Okay? I do want to say that Pisces in traditional astrology is ruled by Jupiter. So we're going to take a look at Jupiter and where Jupiter is at this time. Jupiter is in Cancer at 23 degrees retrograde. Okay. I think let me go back. I think my pen disappeared. Okay, so I'm gonna circle Neptune. I'm doing these videos during Mercury retrograde, so please be patient with me. So let's go to Cancer. Cancer is at fourth house. Okay, 23 degrees retrograde Jupiter. Jupiter is expansion. All right. Jupiter is also considered opportunities and blessings, of course, but this is working on you internally. So in Cancer, we're talking about being a parent. We're talking about parents, right? Property, home, family, nurturing, your sense of belonging, emotional body, your ancestral patterns, past situations, your foundation, your emotional security, okay? And Neptune is talking to this house also, the fourth, all right? The fourth house being activated with Neptune, clarity could come out through a parent that talks to you, revolving around being a parent, or revolving around the way that your parent was in the past. Maybe there was a loss of a parent, okay? And that could be something that is expanded from your mother or expanded from your father, and they end up telling you the situations of hidden truths that you didn't know necessarily before. And there could be some type of explanation that comes to light. There could be some type of situation that comes to light, and therefore you take action as necessary. If you have been using that loss as a situation of habits or sabotage. Same with grief, okay? Grief is, if you hadn't lost a parent frequently, it could be, or not frequently, but recently, it could be that grief that had been hanging around that you use as the escapism. Okay. This could also be revolving around the way that your emotional body is concerning parents. All right. It could be that Neptune could be giving you some type of illusion of some sort to make you move. That, let's say you interact with your parents all the time, and it's activating something within you of past situations. Usually with Pisces, it's sacrifice, that you consistently have to sacrifice something in regards to parental situations. And that could be coming up within your mind's eye. Okay, with Neptune going direct. And therefore, you need to figure out what you want to do with that. Whether you want boundaries placed upon parents or boundaries placed upon the way you think about the situation, right? And to upgrade and transform and enlighten through that situation. The same thing comes with being a parent, right? There could be a transformation of you actually becoming a parent, okay? And therefore, Neptune is placing some type of awakening that's happening to you of, wow, I'm actually going to become a mom or a dad, right? And following that could be circumstances of you having compassion for your parents, or having more of a surrender in regards to situations they already went through with you. Does that make any sense? This could also be a time to where you see your parents differently, to where you see them as human. It doesn't mean that, you don't have to see this because you're pregnant. You could see this actually because of, them being human and having to go through situations. They could actually experience that loss, or they could actually experience the situation of grief, okay? Because we're dealing with other people sometimes within our charts, and they could show you something that they're experiencing, therefore you get an enlightenment, okay? Spirituality, soul work, the dark night of the soul is activated whenever Pisces is activated. And you could have went through that dark night of the soul, leveling up, right? And this is a time to where clarity is coming to you on what you want to use within a spiritual modality, or if you're wanting to practice spirituality more often, or this could be that Neptune is showing you something hidden in regards to your capabilities of intuitive abilities or psychic abilities, such as the veil could be lifted from you and you could actually see someone that has passed that is close to you. And you get this relief of something. Maybe they say something to you, okay? Or you get this relief of feeling like you are alone. Or you get this relief of feeling like you're a victim in your circumstances. However it plays out, it could be mediumship is your gift. And you're realizing it because you're seeing them. Does that make any sense? Premonitions and psychic and intuitive abilities that are an all-time high when it comes to Neptune being activated. And it could be pointing toward a new reality for you. Okay? Because before then, you may have had your discrepancies or your reservations is a better word of heaven and hell, or reservations in regards to your faith, okay? And you're being shown something differently. It's right in front of you, and there is no denying it, okay? I do want to say too, with Jupiter activated, we're talking about also your emotional body being expanded. And if you are currently doing any type of habits, this is a time to where that emotional body can be expanded and you realize that you're self-sabotaging, or you realize that you have to end that habit. That could be something that is apparent to you. I have an example personally whenever I was drinking. Okay, I was drinking, and it wasn't all the time. It wasn't every day. I'd do it on the weekend whenever I wasn't working, right? And it wasn't a lot, I just, but when I was drinking, I didn't realize that I was actually poisoning my body, number one. Number two, I was poisoning my thoughts because it didn't come to me that drinking alcohol was a downer and it can give you depression. That didn't occur to me whenever I was actually feeling bad, when I was actually feeling lost or feeling insecure. That did not occur to me. I thought, because I'm at a certain age, that I was going through premenopausal situations. Yeah, I am a woman. So I went and got help. Okay, I went and got help, and they gave me a pill to take. And I was allergic to that pill, so that created even more anxiety, even more situations of chaos within, right? And then I realized that it was actually my habit, because during that time, I was not going to drink while taking that pill. And it had actually, stopped the depression, the sadness, feeling hopelessness, right? It actually stopped because I stopped the habit. It was just something that happened. But during this time, you could realize that those side effects from the habit is making things occur for you within your emotional body and your emotional belonging and your sense of belonging, right? Your emotional security. Now, you could use some type of modality of spirituality or faith spirituality of some type, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be religion, but whenever you speak to a Pisces, they're all about their belief, what they believe. It could be something of the mystical, what have you, okay? But that can actually help you on an emotional security level, or how to deal with your emotional body. Christina Lopes, she's on YouTube. They call her the Heart Alchemist, okay? She's really good at talking about how you can use spiritual modalities to help with your emotional body and talk to you in regards to what you may be feeling, right? So she has videos in regards to helping your emotional body. Also, Dark Night of the Soul, okay, if that's something that you're going through. And to understand it with an open heart and an open mind, that this isn't just happening to you, that it does happen to everyone at one stage of their life. I mean, it may not seem, Aries, that everyone is awakened, right? It may not seem like that. But at one point of their life, something happens. They either go through a loss, they go through a transition within their world, and their eyes are open. They awaken to the fact of some type of truth. Does that make any sense? And everybody's truth is different. We are accumulated by our experiences and perceptions, which is in regards our truth. Okay, which, sometimes ends up being an opinion to other people, because opinions are each person's own perception of their truth. Okay, and that could be something that you're going through, or this could be Jupiter expanding a home situation, and that could look like anything. When you say home situation, family situation, that could look like anything. And it could be due to a loss or a grief situation, or it could be due to you having to deal with those people, okay? And dealing with those people on a divine level with compassion, surrender, letting go and going with faith, understanding that people are people and they too have their truth. Okay. So that could be something that you're going through, or it could be that you found out about something. Okay. With Jupiter here, it's expanding that emotional body of hidden truths, and that hidden truth could have came out and expanded that emotional body. Therefore, it was ricocheting with Neptune of, you need to either decide to heal the situation with compassion and forgiveness, or end the situation as it is, a part of your boundary. It really depends on how you have that going on in your world, okay? I do want to say, too, that you feeling like you are secure is a thing. Security can look like anything to anybody. It can look like more money. It could look like a job. It could look like a home, right? Food. It doesn't matter. Security is activated with that fourth house. And this could be a time to where you understand and see that you are more secure within yourself than you knew. Okay? And this could also be a time on the other octave of it that your motivation to be secure is upgrading. All right? And you're doing things necessary to have that secure situation within home, family, whatever brings you secure, right? The securement, such as money, whatever. This is motivation for you to do so. Neptune can be inspiration, and it can inspire you to transform. It can inspire you to change the situation. It can inspire you to get more into faith or spirituality. It can inspire you to heal, okay? To be a person that not only can serve themselves, but serve other people, right? And I say that because Pisces being activated is on a humility scale of charity work, right? And this could be a time to where you want to show others and inspire others how to create that security within themselves, right? So I do want to say that Pisces being activated with prisons, hospitals, okay, insane asylums, right? So we're talking about either your family. I mean, there could be someone that, you know, is in the hospital or something. It doesn't necessarily point to that's actually going to happen. It could be pointing to that this may be the work of the divine that is requested of you to work in rehabilitation, to work in a hospital, to work in an insane asylum or rehabilitation center. This could also be a situation of maybe you need rehabilitation for that habit, or you need some type of interaction with those that are placed within those places, prisons, hospitals, insane asylums, okay, that you're surrendering to a situation, or you're giving your compassion out to that person, or you're forgiving that person. And they could be family, yes, but we're talking about your emotional body. We're talking about that emotional body being secure. And forgiveness is a thing whenever Neptune is in Pisces. And if that person that's in that place is not forgiven, right, it could be a time to where you decide to forgive that person, or to go see them with compassion and love and unconditional love, right? Loving without conditions is Pisces. And this could be a time to where that is just flowing out of you because of understanding that people are people. Okay? All right. So let's see if there's anything else here. I think I talked about healing the inner child, but I'm going to say it. Healing the inner child is a thing with the fourth house, because you're dealing with family, past conditioning, the past, right? And ancestral patterns. And healing the inner child could be something that comes up, is expanded with emotions being expanded internally with Jupiter retrograde. Okay? There is a reason why this is happening. There is a reason why situations feel like they are in chaos when it comes to your triggers, okay, of healing that inner child is necessary. Whether it is the abuse that you went through, Aries, as a child, losing a mother of some type, it could be, because usually with Cancer in the fourth house, you had a nurturing situation with parents, but it could have ended up that either they could have been, in this case, with Jupiter activated in Cancer and Pisces being activated, maybe it was a loss to some type of suicide, drug situation, something that happened to a mother, a father, the nurturing parent within your parents. Doesn't have to be. It can be either. It can be maybe. I'll give you an example of my husband's aunt that happened to her. She had cancer, and she was very religious, and they had her put in a room before she was buried to resurrect her. Okay. Right? With the religious community that she was in. They were trying to resurrect her after she was gone. All right. And, you know, I'm not against any type of religion. You know, I'm a mystic. So to each is their own. And however you believe, you believe. But it traumatized the family because they had never seen that before. And it comes up in conversation a lot whenever there's holidays, whenever there's some type of get together, it comes up, you know, and that could have happened to you, not necessarily exactly, but some type of religious factor or belief system had an impact in regards to your mindset. And this could be a time to where you're awakening to that, seeing the truth in it, maybe even finding out the truth about something, or it could be what had happened to a family member or parent in your situation, and you're understanding the flexibilities of being a human being, and that they have to have some type of narrative or faith to go by, or some type of structure within themselves to move forward. Does that make any sense? So you seeing the situation could have been traumatizing to you, and therefore you're awakening to an ability to understand it, have compassion toward it, or being flexible in concerns of others just being human, right, and their belief system. So that could have been something that you're awakening to. It could also be foundation being activated with Jupiter, that there are things in play in your head that you want to get done and check off your list. But because Neptune can be that destiny path for you, it can guide you to that destiny. And it transits in each zodiac sign for 14 years. So as it transits in 14 years, it's telling you to wake up to that situation. And you had been being asked to wake up to situations of maybe foreign revenue, or wake up to situations of some type of ending that needs to happen in regards to maybe you've been renting a home, because we have Cancer activated with this Neptune going direct. You've been renting a home, and Neptune is waking you up to the fact of you need to buy a home, right? Or property. And that can help situations. And therefore you have this inspiration to do something. A transformation happens to do something. Now, this can be a time to where you obtain a home from a loss, okay, of a person. It could be family, it could be mothers, mother figures, grandparents, right? It doesn't have to be just your parents. It could be their parents, right? So this could be a time to where you obtain a home or property, and Neptune had placed you in this situation at the beginning of its transit, stating that you were going to get it. And this is why I put you here. Okay. So, I'll give you an example of maybe, Neptune transiting Pisces. You had to help or be there or sacrifice something for someone. They could have been in hospice. They could have been, it doesn't even matter. They didn't even have to be in hospice. It could have been a situation to where, you know, the world is the way it is, and circumstances made you be there with them. And because you helped out, and you know, you sacrificed and you gave unconditional love to that person, they decide to leave something for you as the legacy, or as the will and testament, or whatever. This could be a time to where you gain from some type of loss of some sort. It could also be that you're gaining from a loss of a job, waking up to the fact of, man, I am so glad that they let me go. I didn't want to quit, right? Because I wouldn't receive unemployment. This could be that. There's a blessing that happens within that situation. Neptune has a way of divine wisdom of, you've went through, a lot with this job. Now we're going to push you somewhere else. Right? Oh, goodness. But that can happen with Neptune. Neptune can place you in divine situations to where they play out as an unexpected situation that happens. Okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. I do want to say, too, that with transformation being activated with Neptune, of placing you in, the right mindset, or placing you in the right situation, you look to Pluto, okay? Pluto being activated right now in Aquarius. Let's look at it. Aquarius being in your 11th. And Pluto being at 2 degrees of Aquarius in your 11th house. Okay, Pluto is trying to situate you to where you have this new soul tribe, or you're affiliated with the correct, right groups, clubs, and affiliations. It can also place you to where your dreams come true. Okay, dreams, wishes, goals are activated with the 11th house, and also Aquarius, because it's the ruler over the 11th. But Aquarius being activated also could be that you need to step away from your emotions in regards to groups, clubs, and affiliations. That could be it. It really depends on the situation you're going through. 11th house is also older siblings. Same thing that goes with them. There could be a transformation of an older sibling, or a friendship that's in a long distance that you don't necessarily interact with that much, right? It's a friend that you don't necessarily call every day, right? So there could be some changes that are happening in their lives that awaken you to truth, or there could be some type of older sibling in your life that awakens you to some type of truth that happens, right? Or has happened. You have to remember that both things in the present and past are activated, right? So it could be an awakening that is followed by the transformation because of an older sibling. They could tell you something in regards to family matters, or something that had happened when you were a kid and you never knew. And you awaken to the fact of that your parents are human, and not necessarily, those superheroes that you had in the back of your head, or perfect. They never had the perfect relationship. Say that your brother or sister that's older tells you, yeah, mom and dad, they separated, about 2 years after you were born, and you never knew. And they say, well, they got back together, but it hasn't ever been the same since, and you had no idea. You know what I mean? That can awaken a person to situations of their parents being human, relationships not being perfect. You could mirror that with the relationship that you're in, So, I mean, that can happen with Pluto. Pluto is transforming this house so that it can either activate a transformation within you, or transform the situations within that are happening in the physical. So say that you're having self-sabotaging tendencies and habits going on, right? And it has been hard. There's an addiction there. Well, Pluto can transform that situation to where you get into the right rehabilitation center, okay? Groups, clubs, and affiliations are the 11th. Okay, so this could be a time to where you decide to do that because you're awakening to the fact that you have a habit, or you're awakening to the fact of why you have the habit, right? Now, people online can have an influence on that transformation. They could actually tell you, you know, that they had something similar or they were going through the same thing. And it could be that awakens you, of hearing someone else's situation that had happened. And it can happen abruptly. Pluto be in transformation and in the situation of you self-sabotaging. It can happen abruptly. Okay, so I'm seeing if there's anything else. Now, groups, clubs, and affiliations do have influence. Okay, so if you're not in the right ones, it will be shown to you. It will be shown to you one way or another. And the only example I have of that is, you know, because I drank and I used to go to the bar when I was younger, right? And the bar has certain types of people in it. I'm not trying to be stereotypical, okay? Help me out here, Aries. But they have certain types of people in it, to where you have the people that have fun. You have people that have date nights, you know, once a month. You have people that are what they call here in my state barflies, okay, that are consistently at the bar every day and know everybody and think they own the place, right? You have all those types of people at the bar. Well, when you stop going to the bar, you're not associated with those people anymore. And it could be that Pluto is trying to transform you from being associated with that crowd so that you can see yourself for who you are. Does that make any sense? That maybe that crowd was having an influence on you of who you were to them, but not who you actually were to yourself. And this could be a time to where that is healed, shown to you. The truth is coming out with Neptune. Okay. And I think that might be about it, Aries. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Hi, Taurus. This is for Taurus, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at Pisces, Neptune in Pisces. That's happening in your 11th house. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so the 11th house is your clubs, groups, and affiliations. It is your community. It is also considered hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals. The 11th house is the internet, and also older siblings and friendships of long distance acquaintances. This would be a friend that you don't necessarily speak to a lot, but they could have an influence on Neptune, okay? Your clubs, groups, and affiliations and the internet, older siblings can have an influence on Neptune transiting this house. This could also be in regards to truth coming out, in regards to the community, how the community is that you're surrounded by. It could be related to some type of spiritual form, such as you're in the astrology community, or you're in the tarot community or mediumship community, something of that nature, right? The truth is coming out and you're seeing it. there could be an enlightenment that happens to push you forward, whatever is necessary for you to understand the community better of what you're in, or change it. Transformations, right? And endings. Also, compassion, forgiveness, unconditional love is activated with Pisces. So this could be a time to where that is activated with those people of your community, of groups, clubs, and affiliations, of how the collective is behaving at the time that this goes direct. Right? I'm just saying there's Taurus, you know how the world is. You could have some type of forgiveness and unconditional love for those people. The same goes with any types of acquaintances and friendships of long distance, okay? So Neptune is trying to enlighten you. Neptune is trying to bring out hidden truths in regards to your social life, in regards to who you're affiliated with, or in regards to who you need to be affiliated with, okay? There is loss activated and grief activated with Pisces. Also, rehabilitation is a thing with Pisces. And this could be a time to where you're finding the right community or the right people to talk to in regards to a loss that had happened, whether it be a person, a job, or a love, right? It doesn't matter. It could be some type of enlightenment that is in regards to influencers that you had been associated with, or enlightenment that is happening to become an influencer yourself and be on the internet. That is a possibility. Doing faith-based work, expressing your opinion in regards to grief situations, loss situations, expressing your ability to tolerate certain things that are happening within the world. That could be something. This could be also spirituality things, modality of spirituality, such as astrology, tarot, Reiki, anything considered in that category of spirituality that you can place upon your opinion onto the internet or do on the internet, okay? That could be something. It could also be that you find out some type of enlightenment or truth over those modalities. Using those modalities, crystals, right, are something of spirituality. So this could be a time to where you're awakening to certain things of spirituality. This could also be that there could be encounters of intuitive, psychic ability, in regards to mediumship, in regards to karma healing, in regards to healing any type of past conditioning that you're influenced by, and it opens you up to healing, right? And that could be over the internet. If you're interested, I have videos in regards to healing the inner child and past situations on my YouTube. Just go in the playlist and look for the healing videos. I have them there. And it can awaken you to your path. It can awaken you to forgiveness and compassion. It can awaken you to unconditional love, loving without conditions for the situation or other people. Okay. All right. So with this activation with Neptune, Pisces has a traditional ruler, which is Jupiter. So we're going to take a look at Jupiter, okay? Jupiter will be stationed in Cancer during this time. Jupiter will be at 23 degrees retrograde in Cancer. And retrograde is working internally. Retrograde is revising, revisiting, reassociating yourself with situations that are happening within Cancer, affiliations of the third house. And the third house deals with communication. It deals with your mindset. It deals with the environment you grew up in, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. Okay, the third house is ruled by Gemini in astrology, and it can include ambidextrous, working with your hands. It could be using your hands for tarot or speech for astrology, right? It could also be speech in general, like public speaking, okay, that you're associating yourself with your enlightenment to speak to the public in regards to groups, clubs, and affiliations. So you would be the main speaker, right, in regards to those groups, clubs, and affiliations, and telling them and expressing them their enlightenment. Or you can hear someone doing this and it changes that mindset of yours. Okay. Mindset is the third house. Third house is also certificates, small education, moving or movement, media and writing, skills and learning abilities. This could be a time to where you're deciding to move. Okay. And it's concerning family, it's concerning emotional body, or that family member is moving. There could be hidden truths that come out in regards to something that happened with family, and that enlightens you to do something or take action within a goal, within a wish, within something of an older sibling could have an influence in regards to that hidden truth that makes you change that mindset, and it changes that emotional body. Okay. The same thing that goes with friends of long distance and groups, clubs, and affiliations, of changing that mindset in regards to family. Could be grief, could be loss of family. A medium can have an influence on you during this time. If you're interested, I do have mediums also within my playlist, but you could be the one that is initiating mediumship and learning about it because of your interaction with a loss of a family member. Okay. And it changes your mindset. Okay. Also, I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. Jupiter is blessings, of course, and opportunities. It's the ruler over Sagittarius. In traditional astrology, it is the ruler over Pisces. And it can expand and bring in divine situations that happen internally so that you change internally when it's retrograde. Okay, so this is a time to where that mindset will change because of expansion of your emotional body. Maybe even family members could have an impact on this. It could be that there are situations that come up again that had already come up in March of 2025, because Neptune was going direct at the same degree in March 2025. So this could be a replay of what had happened. And you know how to associate or disassociate from the situation. It could have dealt with habits. Okay, self-sabotaging habits is Pisces. And you could have had an addiction that was affiliated with groups, clubs, and affiliations, or you feel like it's being triggered during this time, and you associate yourself with the right group, club, or affiliation, like rehabilitation or something like that, and you get help, or you talk to others that have been through it, or that has influenced you to be the person that others speak to because you have the necessary experience rather than them talking to someone random, right? That's never experienced the situation before. You decide to become that person of influence, okay? And you're putting yourself upon the internet, clubs, groups, or affiliations, okay? I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. I do use Tony Robbins for Stoicism and Abraham Hicks when it comes to having to detach from emotions. So if that's something that would help you during this time, that's necessary for you to listen to. Those are the people that I use. Communication could be coming to you from family that triggers. Okay. I'm saying this because Neptune can be illusion and disillusion, and it can place you in a spot where you have to make a decision on whether or not you are that person that you were before. Okay, so family can have an influence on that, just to let you know. Also, I do want to say older siblings and, anything that triggers that inner child, all right? It can happen to where you decide to get back into self-sabotaging. And if you do decide to do that, sooner or later, Neptune will reveal the truth of why you're doing it. Okay? Just to let you know. Family and being a parent, being a mother or a father, could be situations that are happening of Neptune pushing you forward with different types of groups, clubs, and affiliations. Maybe you've never been a parent before, and this could be you trying to figure out the right ones to be associated with, the right groups, clubs, and affiliations, or the right people, okay? You could be inspired to get a new vehicle because of being a parent, or moving is a thing when it comes to the third house. So this could be that you're deciding to move to the right school district because of being a parent, okay? This could also be situations of finding truths about parents. All right. And that can go either way. It will have an impact on your emotional body, and it will have an impact on your mindset. All right. Structuring that mindset with not necessarily escaping, but finding the right groups, clubs, and affiliations of faith, of spirituality, of enlightenment. Okay, that can help. There's other situations that can help, such as Pluto. Pluto is activated with transformation, and transformation is Pisces. Okay, I mean, there's no other way around it. It's going to transform you on a psychological level and within your faith-based level. Okay, and it can also be just a transformation of the physical, but Pluto being activated in Aquarius is also kind of the same as the 11th house being activated, right? The 11th house is ruled by Aquarius in astrology, but we're going to take a look at Pluto being in your 10th house in Aquarius, okay? So there's some type of association with this circumstance revolving around fathers, father figures, people that are of authority within your world, bosses, people of mentors. Pluto is the solution, right? So Pluto can bring in an authority figure to help you. It can also help you in regards to those groups, clubs, and affiliations defined. It can transform you of your power in those groups, clubs, and affiliations to where you actually feel like you're in charge because the 10th house is activated. 10th house is also professional life. Okay. So this could be that work is actually something that helps you get to that upgrade of groups, clubs, and affiliations, or it's pointing toward you working over the internet or pointing toward some type of freedom of your power. And that would be stoicism, disciplining yourself to have power, right? Because 10th house is ruled by Capricorn in astrology, so it's connected to Saturn. And Saturn is structure and discipline. So this could be that there is a disciplinary action that is transforming with Pluto here of you being in the right soul tribe or you being in the right community. Okay, this is all with Neptune happening for a reason, to push you toward the right community, the right soul tribe, the right people, to see the truth in regards to friendships, to see the truth in regards to older siblings. Okay, it's transforming the 10th house to show you that you have power. Okay, so 10th house is also your legacy. And this could be that maybe Neptune is showing you the truth about the club, group, and affiliation so that you change it and get into the right one for your legacy or for your work. Okay. This can also be 10th house can be your role that you play in life, the status you hold, single to married or married to single. Also, being a mother or a father, the title people know you as, a CEO or a laborer. So there is maybe enlightenment that comes in toward a professional life of you're trying to find out how to become something. And it could be a requirement for you to get a small education or a license, right? And you figure out how to do this over the internet with the right groups, clubs, and affiliations. Okay? This could also be that you're trying to figure out how to become the right parent. And I say that with grace because we all have experienced not necessarily great childhoods. If you did experience that, you know, props to you, right? But if you're here doing astrology, it's more than likely that we didn't experience the greatest childhood and you're trying to be the good mother or father. Okay. And to do so, you're deciding to associate yourself with different people. Those that are the same as you or those that you want to be like, right? And that could be where Pluto is trying to place you with the right groups, clubs, and affiliations. Okay. If this is about love, marriage, I'm going to start with dating. If this is about dating, this could be that Pluto is transforming you to the right groups, clubs, and affiliations that you can meet somebody. It could also be that while you are associating with other people that you find the person that was meant for you. Okay? Neptune has a way of either taking something away or showing the truth about something. And it could be that maybe you were on this app, right? And that app has a lot of catfish, is what they call it, right? And so you decide to go to this app over here. And what do you know? The first time that you're on it, all of a sudden you're dating this person and your status can change because of that person. Right? Oh goodness. This could also be status changes over your social media, right? And it can go one way or another. It can mean that maybe there's a loss of a relationship and you're changing the status finally. Or this could mean that as soon as you change that status, you know, that old boyfriend or girlfriend of yours contacts you and they're like, hey, you know, we were once a thing, and you get into that. You know what I mean? Things happen with Neptune that seem like you don't really want to do it, or seem like it's dissolving. And then all of a sudden things come to light. They're in place. It's like it was divinely guided. Does that make any sense? So this could be a situation to where there is interaction with a club, group, or affiliation that divinely guides you to the right job, to a new status, to your power. Okay? So keep that in mind. Oh goodness. I'm seeing if there's anything else here. I do want to talk more in regards to psychic and intuitive abilities, because Taurus, I know that you are gifted, and this could be a time to where it is shown to you that you are gifted. And it could be because placed in a group, club, or affiliation, or a person that is of long distance friend shows you that you are gifted, and therefore it changes your mindset, and it also changes what you've been doing thus far. Okay. All right, Taurus, thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Gemini. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Gemini, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at Neptune and Pisces in your 10th house. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so the 10th house is your legacy, your professional life, your work and career, your reputation, your father's health and wealth, the role that you play in life, the status that you hold, such as I'm a parent, or I'm married, or I'm a CEO, or I'm a laborer. That is the status that you hold in life, okay? It has to be defined by the public. Power is also the 10th house. The 10th house in Pisces, Pisces deals with spirituality. It deals with awakening. It also deals with things of habits, such as drugs and alcohol. And I also include synthetic drugs, okay? This can be, Pisces can also include some type of spirituality modality, such as using frequency work or using Reiki, astrology, tarot, mediumship, karma readings, all of the esoteric things, taboo things, right, can be Pisces. Pisces is also considered prisons and hospitals, rehabilitation centers, insane asylums, okay, psychiatric wards is Pisces. Pisces can also be an emotional standpoint where you tend to suffer the most or where you're victimized the most. And that could be in the 10th house. It could be also a situation of working with, I say work because professional life is there, but it could also be loss, grief, situated in Pisces of, losing a job or losing a father figure or someone that wore the pants in your family. This could also be included with losing a reputation, that your reputation makes you feel like the victim or suffer from that reputation. This could also be a healer. Healing of past conditioning as Pisces, and you yourself could do that as a profession, or there's some type of mentor or person that you look up to that has helped you heal. Okay, so Neptune being here, Neptune is kind of like the trickster. You'll hear that because Neptune is illusion and disillusion, and I'm gonna explain illusion to you and disillusion. So Neptune can make things seem like they're going a certain direction, and then all of a sudden there is clarity because of that. The phrase "things happen for a reason" is Neptune. Okay. Right? I mean, oh goodness. Okay, so self-sabotaging behavior is also Pisces, and this could mean that there had been some type of habit that you had, or too much faith and surrender, some type of self-sabotaging behavior. Neptune comes in and goes direct and shows you the clarity that you've been self-sabotaging because of, or you had been too hard on yourself in regards to the 10th house of working, of dealing with other people's healing rather than your own. There could be clarity that comes out of that healing that you had done for others, right? While you are speaking to these people, it could be that you are awakening to the fact of your healing that needs to occur. That is Neptune. Higher wisdom, truths, dreams, escapism is the 10th house. And your power could be to show others how to escape from situation of power struggles. That could be a clarity that comes through, that you are capable of doing that for others. 10th house is the public. And this could be something that you're doing for work. Say that you work at a dispensary, or say that you work at some place that facilitates drugs or alcohol, and you're the one that is giving those to people. Well, they're purchasing, but you know what I mean. They're capable of escaping their reality due to too much power struggle, or situations of loss, or situations of grief, or situations of awakening, that you could be the one that is showing them how to use ayahuasca, or your talents and genius that you have, you give the public a way to escape. And that could be through anything. That could be through music. That could be through some type of poem or poetic thing that you're writing. It can be through anything, honestly. But Neptune can show you that power that you have within yourself to show others how to escape. Does that make any sense? A God-given talent and genius can come out of this transit for you. It can also be the result of your loss, or your grief, or your awakening. Okay? this could also be inquired as, because you're a Gemini, so you guys like a play on words, right? So I'm going to try. So you know that Neptune is conjunct Saturn right now. And usually Saturn is very strong, a rock, discipline, showing you the direction that's needed, the plan, right? That is the reality of Saturn. But Neptune is asking you to think in a different way, in a different manner. Of Neptune is actually the reality. And Saturn is the illusion that there was a reality. Right? So, I know. Oh, goodness. Brain dust, right? But in reality itself, you ask yourself, is this what I really want? Am I on the right path? To center yourself and find that right path with Neptune of your power, of your job, of your fixing your reputation, right? Or finding the right person as a mentor to help you find your power. They would be in some type of spirituality aspect or of faith, okay, just to let you know. But Neptune is also trying to point out for you to rely on that surrender of yourself, of your faith. If things have become harsh, if you had any type of victimization or suffering within jobs, within your status, marriage, being a parent, anything that the public sees you as, to let go, surrender, and go with faith, because those lessons are almost over. It was to awaken you to the fact of either you've been through this before and it's just a replay on how to help yourself, or this has never happened, and to show you your talents and genius. Creativity is Pisces. Creativity is Neptune. This is a God-given talent that you have, and it's to help the collective, which is Pisces, and it's also to help you console your faith and to help you see spirituality or enlightenment within. It's very intelligent. That's why it's able to be a trickster. Personally, I think that Neptune should be the ruler over Scorpio, because it deals almost to a psychological standpoint of a replay of everything that you've been through, which can trick you, okay, because it's Neptune. A replay of everything that you've been through, and then to console that with enlightenment of what to do next, of how to be or react to the situation or circumstance. And there could be enlightenments on your job, what you want, a goal that you have, the wish that you have. Neptune can bring into fruition a wish that you had been trying to get. It can also show you the reality in your mind's eye. If you are a person that is usually an escaper, it can show you reality while you're escaping. It's almost like a full moon in Pisces, to where it doesn't matter how much you drink, it doesn't matter how much you smoke, there's no escaping reality, right? That is a full moon in Pisces. Neptune is kind of the same way when it goes to the 29th degree and direct. There's no escaping. You will have to face reality and understand that enlightenment that's coming to you. Okay. I want to look at Jupiter. Jupiter is in Cancer. Let me get another pen so we can follow. Jupiter is in Cancer, and Jupiter is the traditional Yes, traditional ruler over Pisces, okay? And Jupiter being expansion, right, is expanding emotions in regards to money, in regards to your self-worth. I say expansion because Jupiter is retrograde and is working on you internally. It's revising, redoing, reassessing, regrouping, right? It's all the re's is retrograde. And it's working on you internally on how do I let go and go with faith when it comes to my work, when it comes to my situation of whatever title you hold, okay? Responsibility of being the owner, responsibility of being the CEO, responsibility of being a parent, responsibility of being a spouse, okay? How do I situate myself in regards to this? Well, Jupiter, pointing to Cancer, is asking you to console that emotional body. It's also asking you to nurture yourself for your self-worth, okay? And Jupiter can expand emotions to the point to where you sit down and take care of yourself, okay? Also, Cancer is emotional body. It is, I'm going to go over it so you know, okay? Cancer is emotional body. It is security. It is nurturing. It is also patterns of the past, all right? It can be ancestral patterns. It can also be your emotional security, what makes you feel secure on an emotional level, okay? Properties, homes, family, mothers, motherhood, mother figures, any type of mom, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a mom. It would be the nurturing parent, okay, in your family. And with that activated with the second house, they had an impact on that emotional body toward your self-worth. Second house is your self-worth and confidence. Second house is also the value that you bring into the world. You, yourself, Gemini, are a healer, okay? And you could be awakening to that fact during this time with Neptune going direct, okay? That there is clarity on you becoming a healer. And it's necessary for you to bring that to the public's eye, okay? Second house is material things that you value also. It could be things that you're holding on to that give you that emotional security. And honestly, sometimes Neptune can show you that some things that you're holding on to is not necessarily good for your emotional body. There is an expansion with Jupiter, so every time you look at that object within your home or wherever you put it, your room, right, that you're reminded, okay? And you're not just reminded of the person, because we're dealing with Pisces, which is loss and grief, okay? You're not just reminded of the person, but you're reminded of all the memories that back up how that person treated you, okay? And that could be the awakening that's happening here of there needs to be a clean out, or there needs to be something situated to where you're not surrounded by past memories, okay? I mean, I'm not saying that you can't keep the object. You can keep the object, put it away so that it's not in front of you, reminding you, bringing up those memories. There is this thing that we all have inside of us, whether you want to call it a frequency, a vibration, whatever, okay? And we can trigger on purpose low vibrations, low frequencies, and therefore the things around us seem like we're a victim, seem like we're suffering, right? And this could be a time to where you're awakening to that that there aren't just objects. It could be how people treat you, right? Of whether you're valued. Family could be doing this to you, okay? Because they're activated with their emotions. God help us all, right? Oh, man. Everybody's crazy, Gemini. But if you are a true Gemini, you say, welcome to the party. Right? Man. Oh, goodness. But yeah, so there could be things that family are interacting with you about, or they could actually be the ones that show you that enlightenment and wisdom that hasn't been triggered yet. Now, there could be some replay of things that had happened in March. I think it was March 4th. Neptune was at the same degree of this year, okay? That's a replay of what had happened. And it could have been with money. It could have been with objects. It could have been with family and money. You know, that's the theme. It could have been with family losing their jobs, or it could have been with family loss or grief of some sort. That loss doesn't necessarily have to be a death, okay? It can be a losing of something, whether that's their status, their relationship, their job, whatever. And there could be a replay of this. On your side, it can deal with your self-worth. If there are conversations with family, I do want you to be advised that sometimes reactions of people are not about you, okay? That they are about their own grief. You have to remember that Pisces is activated in everybody's chart, and it deals with grief, and it deals with loss and enlightenment. Neptune is going direct, which means that they will have some type of clarity. But sometimes to have that clarity, they have to continuously talk about it, or they have to replay the situation to actually get the gist of that enlightenment. Okay, so this could be a replay. All right. If you had been wondering how you can make money, Neptune can give you clarity in regards to how to make your own independent money. And it could have something to do with healing others, because Cancer is activated here. And it could have something to do with working in a home or at others' homes, okay? It could be that because there's a connection to Pisces too, so I'm going to mix the two of them, okay? So it could be that you go into homes and you're clearing them with sage, right? Or you're cleaning them in some way, shape, or form. It could be that you're cleaning them not just energetically, but also being a person that speaks to the spirits at their home, right? It could be that you work in hospitals, prisons, insane asylums, any type of medical that could deal with home. It could also be that you're working with those things as being a healer. You could be a holistic healer, right? A person that uses frequency, Reiki, spirituality to help others heal. That could be something you can make money with. I mean, there's all kinds. You just mix Cancer themes with Pisces. Pisces is where your power is because it's in the 10th house. But Cancer is the nurturer, like a mother. Okay, you're helping others nurture themselves, or you're healing in some way, shape, or form. Remember that we can't save everybody, okay? So keep that in the back of your head, because there could be times to where Pisces being activated with Neptune is trying to show you that you can't save everyone. If it becomes too confusing in regards to how to gain your power back with either making the bag or how to heal situations or what to do as an occupation or anything that deals with loss and grief, okay, we look to Pluto. Because Pisces is also transformation and endings, okay? So there's a flavor here. Pluto is transformation, rebirth, okay? And it's in Aquarius at 2 degrees. And that's in your 9th house, okay? So if you're having questions, if you are stuck, Pluto is trying to transform this house of your belief system. 9th house is your belief system, skills and learning abilities, education, higher education. It is also media, legal cases, publishing, in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents, other cultures. I think I said religions, religious beliefs. The bigger picture, house, this is a house of blessings. This is a house of opportunity. Abroad, long distance travel. 9th house is that philosophy. And all of this is included with Aquarius themes, such as groups, clubs, and affiliations. Okay. This is also community. So Pluto is trying to transform you into a person that has new belief systems, that has a new soul tribe, that has a new community, that has a community that relates to you more. It could be that you need to be involved with a community to figure out what's next, or there's a higher education that's affiliated with what you want to do. Okay, this could also be that is trying to transform you into that teacher, preacher, or guru, right? It doesn't matter whatever you do as a healer. There's some type of intellectual side of it with you. There's some type of belief system that's included in it. So let's say that you are a singer, where, well, your music is what touches others because they're able to relate to it on a spiritual level, on a closer level with their belief systems, with their philosophical views. Religious beliefs are here too. So maybe making music within religion, or just making music that can actually help others on a spirituality modality way, such as using frequency work, right? You're creating that frequency for that other person. This is a higher mind when it comes to the 9th house, okay? This is a new skill and learning ability that could come to you in regards to how to interact with groups, clubs, and affiliations, or it comes through them from a preacher, teacher, or guru that helps you understand how to either be the healer, heal yourself, or how to transform the situation. Does that make any sense? If you're interested, I do have healing modalities within my playlist, if that's something that you're interested in listening to. But there are many ways to be that transformative person. And it looks like Pluto is trying to make you transform or make you be that transformational person. Okay. Aquarius can also be themes of desensitization. I can't even say it. Gemini, Mercury is retrograde right now while I'm doing these videos, so I'm trying. Desensitization, to where you're detaching from emotions in regards to a religious belief. It could be a belief system that deals with family, anything that is cancerous themes of moms, mothers, motherhood, taking care of those people, spending money or self-worth that is attached to those people, even family, right? Because we're dealing with the Jupiter expression of expanding your emotions in regards to family, home, property, mothers, being a mom, motherhood, mother figures, grandmothers, okay? So anything that's attached to ancestral lineage could be a thing here, of your belief system revolving around your ancestral lineage is pointing toward some type of healing modality that's within you that you can share with the public, with the collective, with groups, clubs, and affiliations. Okay. And Gemini, I think that might be about it. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Cancer. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at Neptune activated in that 9th house. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so the 9th house is long distance travel, other cultures, religion beliefs. It's also exploring or exploration of beliefs. It can be considered the house of opportunity, the house of blessings, the bigger picture. In-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents are here. Higher education, such as college courses, teachers, preachers, and gurus, media, publishing, and legal cases. Neptune in Pisces. Pisces is represented by transformation and endings. It's also surrender, letting go and going with faith. It can be, on the other hand, some type of suffering or victimization. That Neptune was fogging up your rose-colored glasses, that you were suffering from something of the outside world. But it's actually as a disillusion of your belief system. So I'll give you an example. Say that you were religious, and then all of a sudden you went from Christianity to spirituality because you found out that you're a medium, or you got a medium. And if mediums exist and you're capable of talking to the other side beyond the veil, then is heaven and hell real? So that could have made you think in regards to whether or not you're going to hell, right? Because we're talking about your suffering and your victimization. Could have been through some type of self-sabotaging behavior, such as habits. It could have been dealing with drugs and alcohol. It could have also been situations of teachers, preachers, and gurus, that there was an awakening with those teachers, preachers, and gurus, or you were disillusioned by them, right? So I'll give you another example. I found out whenever I was Christian, there was a preacher that I admired, okay, as a mentor. And it wasn't but maybe a year ago, I found out that he ended up killing himself. That was very enlightening, you know? I mean, that was something. But this could have happened to you to where you found out something that had happened and it awakened you. Okay? I personally think that it was in regards to antidepressants, but that's just my theory, because on his memorial, they talked about if you were having feelings of despair and things of that nature, that you should talk to someone. And I'm thinking to myself, this guy was very confident. I mean, very confident. And I know that a lot of people can mask that, but it's hard to mask that on a daily basis if you are hurting inside. So I think it was drug induced, right? Anyway, so this could have been something that you figured out, that, you know, someone that was a teacher, preacher, or guru was another way on the inside than what they were on the outside, and it changed the belief system that you had. This could be a situation of you figuring out how to get out of despair or suffering in your situation by obtaining some type of college degree. Or this could be a situation to where if that college degree was connected with any type of money and it was holding you down, that you figured out how to change it with this transit of Neptune going to 29 degrees. Maybe there's something that you're capable of doing to take away what's owed. There's this thing in the U.S. where it's called the CARE Act. And if you are a person that takes care of people, works in a facility to where it's a public caring facility, that you can push away that tuition. You just sign a form or whatever and the tuition goes away, right? Whatever debt is owed on college. Also, this could be a situation to where you've gotten more or dove deep more into your philosophy, into your belief system, and went down the rabbit hole, and you're ready. You're ready to become that teacher, preacher, or guru for other people. Skills and learning abilities is activated with that ninth house. And this could be a time to where you figure out that your psychic and intuitive abilities are needed for others that are also going through situations that you've went through, right? Okay, so ninth house with Neptune can do things to your mind, such as give you a spiritual revelation. Maybe there were instances with Neptune here, because it's been here for the last 14 years. So 2011, 2012, right? There could have been some type of revelation that the divine has your back. Situations that you went through, that you were struggling, and it's almost like the divine stepped in and brought you a miracle. This is the house of blessings. Where you thought that you were suffering the most or no one was on your side, the divine could have brought someone in as a savior for you. Does that make any sense? So, ninth house can bring in opportunities for the divine to do its work so that you can station your beliefs in the right way and also understand that the universe has your back. Okay? Now, this can be the case with Neptune going direct, that if you are in situations of suffering or in situations of feeling like a victim, other people can step in out of nowhere. It could be a Pisces. It could be a person that is a preacher, teacher, or guru. It could be a person of faith. It could be a person of religion that steps in to help you in regards to your situation. The 29th degree is an energetic degree, so it's almost like you're pregnant with the knowledge of what's going to happen. So premonitions can happen during this time, intuitive abilities and psychic abilities are heightened if you are one of the spirituality or one that deals with those modalities of tarot or astrology. This is a time to where your capability of seeing beyond the veil is heightened, okay? And it can change your belief system. I've used tarot to talk to God and ask questions. Why wait until you get beyond the veil, right? I mean, you can get answers now if that's something that you were wanting to look into. Okay, so let's look at Jupiter. Jupiter is the traditional ruler over Pisces, okay, and traditional astrology. And Jupiter being activated in your first house is expanding that first house. It could be doing it right now internally because Jupiter is at 23 degrees retrograde and it works internal. It expands those emotions to where you want to change. It also expands situations with family, motherhood, mother figures, okay, to where you understand and see clarity coming out of the situation. First house is your identity, the way that other people see you. It can be exploration of your sexuality. It can also be situations of your self-autonomy and your physical appearance, okay? So, with it in Cancer, Cancer is nurturing, Cancer is home and property, Cancer is also motherhood, mother figures. Cancer is your emotional body, your sense of belonging. It is your ancestral patterns in the past. It can also be security or what makes you emotionally secure. And with this activation, Jupiter is expanding these things of maybe there is a lineage that is trying to awaken within you, like in a Akashic record is what people call it, of your DNA that's trying to be activated. And for you to activate this, you have to use some type of modality, which is Pisces, spiritual modality. Could be frequency. It could be listening to a teacher, preacher, or guru that awakens that modality inside of you or awakens that Akashic record inside of you and shows you your ancestral lineage of your gifts, of your psychic and intuitive abilities. You could be having dreams during this time of premonition, of something that could be happening or is happening within the world, and maybe you're not figuring it out now, but there will be clarity upon this and then where you should take action. The first house is also situations of your physical body, and there could be an awakening of other people's physical bodies that's within your family, and you're understanding how your emotions take a toll on your physical body. This could be something also that has reoccurred with family or your mother, that you're understanding how you see and believe with whatever philosophy or story that was connected with family has been affecting you. And that could also be situated around either inner child work, situated around any type of ancestral lineage that needs to be healed, situated around a belief system that you have in regards to how your family sees you, okay, or how you've always been seen by your family. I'm going to tell you something, a little bit of something. The only reason that family would see you a certain way of a negative connotation is because they have negativity within them, and they're trying to reflect that upon you. They don't want to face their own mirror. So keep that in mind, okay? Because whatever you're giving out, you're mirroring back to them that either they were not a good parent, or they were a person that also did the same thing, or they were a person that wanted to do the same thing but never had the chance to. Believe me. When I say mirror, you're definitely a mirror, because you are a water sign, Cancer. Okay. So whenever you're reflecting upon people, those emotions come out, whether that is emotions of sadness or madness, right? Those emotions come out, reflection upon others. I do want to look to Pluto, though. Pluto gives you this groundedness of why things are happening, of what's going on actually around the chart. What is the full picture? Because Pluto is the longest transiting planet, so it takes time. It works in the background of what's really happening and is trying to transform you. And this is why each and every planet moves to other signs. So it's gradually transforming you into what Pluto wants you to be, that phoenix rising from the ashes. So we're going to take a look at Pluto in the 8th house. So Pluto in the 8th house is transforming those groups, clubs, and affiliations, who you're connected with. Also, is transforming what you're looking at on the internet or being a part of on the internet, okay? This is also Pluto transforming or giving some type of rebirth in regards to a hope, dream, or goal that you may have. And that hope, dream, or goal may have been shut down by those ancestors or those people that are in your family. They could have also been shut down by you with your belief system, okay? With Neptune going direct, there's going to be clarity of what beliefs no longer serve you. There's also going to be some type of stoicism that appears for you to understand that you are connected with the divine. The 8th house being transformation. The 8th house being your psyche. The 8th house is also chunky money of other people, other people's resources that are available to you. And you're going to have the capability of using other people's resources to get the things necessary, to do the things that are necessary. Also, 8th house is divorces. It can be soulmates, two soulmates merging together. Okay, and so when this comes to love, Neptune transiting in the 9th house could have put those rose-colored glasses in regards to you and the other person having a habit together, and it's okay. And now, with Neptune going direct, it's not so great. Okay, so divorce could come up. This could also be that Neptune reveals situations of why you should. And that could be infidelity. That could be the other person being a mother of someone else's children and it just came out, right? Or a father. Parents are activated with Jupiter in Cancer, okay? And it's retrograde. And it's to show you internally. It's to show you your feelings internally. Bring them out to the outside of you so you can look at them and see what's going on. And it could be that that relationship is connected with, again, like I said, those habits, or that relationship is connected with some type of loss that you both had, and that's being revealed to you. And it's your choice on whether or not to keep going. You can either transform with transformation activated with Pluto, or you can end the situation, right? Okay, so two soulmates merging together is also here. And it could be that maybe you've been waiting on love for a very long time. And this could be a time to where they come into your world. 29 degrees with Neptune, giving clarity on who actually is there for you. Okay, so this could be a time to where you find your soulmate. And your identity is changing. With Jupiter there, it is blessing your identity. Okay. All right. So I also want to tell you with the 8th house, this could deal with grants, taxes, government. This could also be some type of other people's resources. This is transformation of these things, okay? And for you to get affiliated with the right people to do these things, such as someone to do your taxes, or someone that can give you refunds, or this could be you in general becoming that person that does these things, right? A transformation of you becoming a person that maybe deals with insurance. Insurance is the 8th house, deals with mortgages or loans, deals with chunky money like finances, long-term finances, and accounting, okay? This could also be that transformation of that help that you've been waiting for other people to step in and help you with your mortgage, a loan, something that deals with other people's resources to help you during a time of need. And it's like the divine is shining a light on Neptune to show you the clarity of who is there for you and where you can find that help, okay? Now, if you are looking for it, it will be within Aquarius themes of groups, clubs, and affiliations and over the internet, okay? So, or older siblings and friendships of long distance, all right? Okay, so I'm seeing if there's anything else here. This could be a time to where that identity changes because of some type of maybe a rebirth, because death and rebirth is here. And it could be a rebirth of a soul. Somebody is pregnant, right? And therefore, that 8th house is activated not just of a rebirth, but you can also add another dependent on your taxes. Does that make any sense? Also, it could be a change of identity because of divorce or that soulmate. It could be either one, that you're getting married. That belief system about you being alone is changing, okay? I say that because new groups and clubs and affiliations are coming to you associated with soulmates, associated with divorces. And Aquarius can also be those events that happen that are more than 3 people. So this could be a proposal to where it transforms that identity, okay? And your belief system changes. Or there's opportunities, and this could look like a blessing to you, okay? All right, I'm going to look at anything else. Let's see. I do want to look at Sagittarius, because Sagittarius is activated not just with Jupiter, but with the 9th house. Sagittarius, its ruler is Jupiter in modern astrology. So the 6th house is dealing with your health and daily routines, your work, okay? And this could be a time to where your work is activated. Maybe you got laid off, or maybe you've gotten fired from some type of job. And this could be a time to where you could actually work on a daily basis with a Sagittarius, or working further away, working as a preacher, teacher, or guru, or taking a step back from work and going toward your education, okay? Sagittarius is 9th house definition of higher education, skills and learning abilities. It's also teachers, preachers, and gurus. This could be you facilitating a teacher, preacher, and guru on a daily basis to help you with your belief system, to help you with your philosophy, to help you get through on a daily basis, especially if you were a person that had habits or sabotaging behavior. Okay? This could also be a situation with the 6th house that Jupiter is blessing you with a new lifestyle completely. And it could be due to that 8th house facilitation of an inheritance or chunky money that appears. Okay, so a new lifestyle. And you're capable of taking a long distance trip. Or there's some type of opportunity for you to use that money as some type of maybe investment could happen, or it could be some situation of you being able to pay off the things that need to be paid off, because 6th house can deal with that everyday lifestyle situation. Service to others is activated with the 6th house, and this could look like you're finally coming to a point of being that teacher, preacher, or guru and servicing others with your belief system or philosophy, and it becomes your lifestyle. Jupiter is blessing you with an identity. Media is activated, and so this could look like a viral situation that happens. Okay? I do want to say too that 8th house is Scorpio in astrology, and Scorpio is in your 5th house, so you could go viral. Fame is the 5th house. Okay? And I think that might be about it, Cancer. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Leo. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Leo, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at Neptune in the 8th house. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so the 8th house is crisis, legal matters, divorces, other people's resources, soulmates, two soulmates merging together, healing of fears and phobias, debts, taxes, government, banking, loans, mortgage loans. It can be kundalini sex, okay? Hidden knowledge, taboo topics, astrology, tarot, esoteric knowledge, inheritance, death and rebirth, transformation, and your psyche is here. Investments and long-term finances is also activated here. With Neptune going to 29 degrees, you are pregnant with some type of capability of receiving chunky money. This can come through inheritance. This can come through long-term finances paying out. This could also come through grants, government, taxes. This could also be an insurance payout. With Pisces activated, we're talking about prisons and hospitals activation. This is also self-sabotaging behavior, habits. Pisces can also be spiritual awakenings and enlightenments that happen. Pisces can be loss of some sort. Yes, loss is activated with Pisces for everybody. Okay. But in your case, there is a death and rebirth that can happen here. This could be that the divine steps in with a new soul coming to light, and you get word that someone is pregnant. Okay. Or you could be pregnant. This could also be some type of situation to where a spiritual awakening happens, to where you are capable of using other people's resources, almost like the universe has your back, stepping in with some type of shared resource to help you with whatever you're in despair with. This could be rehabilitation that happens and gives you a transformation. Now, I do want to say too that depression is activated with Pisces, and this could be a transformation of that depression. Okay? I know a lot of Leos that are going through it these days, and your psyche will change with Neptune going direct, because it gives you more faith. It gives you the capability of seeing that the universe has your back and that you are divinely guided. This can also be a situation to where that happens with chunky money, that an inheritance, long-term finance, a payout happens, and it comes out of nowhere, okay? This can be a situation, yes, with divorce, and usually it's because you chose to have a divorce, that there's clarity coming in for that divorce, or there's clarity coming in that you are with the right person, two soulmates merging together. This can also be a situation to where crisis or legal matters, they have this connotation of you letting go and going with faith or surrender happening with those situations. Okay, 29 degrees is an energetic degree, and it's ready to birth the wisdom of you just letting things happen as they need to, so that you can come out on the other side, going through, right? Going through the situation without any hesitation, that things happen for a reason is Neptune, okay? Hidden knowledge, taboo topics, esoteric knowledge, all of these things that are activated with spirituality and modalities activated with Pisces. This could be a time to where that psychic and intuitive ability is heightened, and it transforms you, or it transforms something that you are doing. This can be a situation to where you have heightened premonitions, or that you figure out that ancestral lineage is connected to those psychic and intuitive abilities, and I'm going to tell you why. Pisces ruler in traditional astrology is Jupiter, and Jupiter is connected with that 12th house right now in Cancer, dealing with homes and properties, mothers, mother figures, motherhood, also parents, family. It's dealing with situations of nurturing in your emotional body. 12th house activation being the Pisces house in astrology. So you take those things and you mix it with Pisces, such as mediumship, past lives, karma healing, healing and restoration of past conditioning, maybe even that inner child that is connected to past situations that dealt with parents or family, okay? Loss is activated with Pisces, yes, and Pisces is activated with everybody right now. I'm just reminding you. So there is a connection with loss and mothers. If there was any type of grief situation with mothers, that could be healed during this time, and a transformation of whatever grief situation can happen with your psyche. This can also be nurturing and emotional healing that deals with some type of spiritual modality. If you're interested, I do have spiritual modalities within my playlist if you want to check them out for inner child healing, situations of being positive. Okay, so with Cancer and Jupiter, Jupiter is expanding emotions in regards to family lineage. And this could be that you recognize that you have an inherited gift, and that could be mediumship, spirituality of some type, spiritual modality of some type, such as psychic abilities, astrology, tarot, anything of the esoteric could come out of this, considering that it was inherited by your ancestral lineage. Inheritance is the 8th house, okay? This can transform you completely, and you're capable now, after Neptune goes direct, of healing yourself and maybe even other people. So keep that in mind. I do want to say too that homes and properties are activated, and it could be that there is some type of loss that happens with a home that deals with family, or this could be some type of transformation of home that deals with family. If you have lost a home, this could be a time to where Neptune is divinely guiding you to get another mortgage or to get some type of shared resources or government help to get a home. Okay, so keep that in mind. I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. If because Neptune has been in that 8th house for the last 14 years. So you could have lost people, such as it's connected to Pisces and Jupiter. Maybe it was a grief of a mom, a loss of a mom, or loss of a family member, or a person that was of a motherly figure of your family. Okay, it could have been a parent in general, but it was the nurturing parent. Okay, that's usually the Cancer activation. But with it 29 degrees, it's going to help you transform that psyche. All right, any type of depression that had happened in regards to maybe divorces or separation or legal matters or even crisis that had happened. There could be some restoration. Healing of fears and phobias was Neptune's guideline for you to heal those fears and phobias in regards to crisis, legal matters, divorces, situations of sadness, situations of trying to escape but couldn't escape, because Pisces sometimes has the opposite effect to where you can try to escape with drugs and alcohol as much as you can, but it doesn't work. Okay, and Neptune could have been showing you how to heal yourself. All right, so give me 1 second here. If you are going through something right now, there could be, with Neptune activated direct, that the divine is going to step in with some type of miraculous thing that happens. And this could be a transformation. And it could be a transformation of you becoming a mother. It could be a transformation of you gaining a home. It could be a transformation of you finally healing that ancestral pattern. It could also be a transformation of you getting the help that's needed, such as any type of rehabilitation or hospitalization that's needed for your self-sabotage, such as habits. Okay? All right, so I do want to look at Pluto, because Pluto, let me get another pen. Pluto is another long-term transit planet, and this is the reason why Neptune have been transiting Pisces. Okay, so Pluto is trying to prepare you for new relationships, prepare you for new business associations, prepare you for maybe even therapy that's needed, maybe even a new therapist. Okay, also I'm going to give you 7th house definition so you know exactly what I'm talking about here. We're talking about marriage partners. Maybe Pluto is trying to prepare you for marriage. Maybe Pluto is trying to prepare you for a new alliance, commitment, agreement, a new relationship in general. It doesn't necessarily have to be marriage. Boyfriend, girlfriends are here. Association with friends, right? Collaborations, contracts, and business associations. Also, therapy, clients, and open enemies are the 7th. And it's dealing with Aquarius. So Aquarius is groups, clubs, and affiliations, the internet. It's also connections with older siblings, connections with friends of long distance. Aquarius can be hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals. Okay? And this house will be transformed over 20 to 22 years with Pluto here. So to rise from the ashes is Pluto's theme of a better relationship with your spouse, a better relationship with business, or even a new spouse and new relationship completely associated with new groups, clubs, and affiliations. If you had been trying to find love, there will be some type of change of dating associated with this transformation. Okay, so transforming the apps that you're on, maybe using a different type of app on the internet, or groups, clubs, and affiliations that's associated with the internet. It could be community, that you meet someone within the community, or in a long distance. I say that because your fifth house with love is in Sagittarius. This person could be of faith. This person could also be of a long distance or foreign. This person could also be a person that is in a philosophical sense, like they have a higher education, or they're a person that is a literal Sagittarius, or they're a person that maybe lives further away. Okay. I'm trying to think of other Sagittarius themes, because it's connected with the ninth house, that maybe they're religious, or a teacher, preacher, or guru, maybe even a professor. Okay, so those things can be associated with that love or dating situation. But the seventh house of that transformation, connection with the 12th and the 8th. Okay, so a transformation of your love life, a transformation of clients and business associations could happen with Neptune going direct. It could be that you're deciding to maybe be in a Cancerous theme of a caregiver, or a person that is a nurse, or a person that is something of the medical field, or a person that is like a mother to someone else, right? Some type of caregiving situation. This could be also that the seventh house being activated, that there's a transformation of your emotions because of not just your psyche, but you're getting married, or a transformation of your emotions because of that new business association. Okay. And is found over the internet, or it's found within your community, or it's found over groups, clubs, and affiliations, or it's connected with your goals. All right. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I can tell you here. Now, I do want to uncircle the fifth house because, you know, dealing with love, and also Sagittarius is another ruled sign by Jupiter. In modern astrology, Jupiter rules Sagittarius, okay? In traditional, it rules Pisces. So there's still a connection there. This could be that inner child healing that happens, and then your relationships get better. And it could be because of some type of therapeutic situation, therapy. Or it could be a situation to where you're the healer, okay? And you're the one that's becoming that preacher, teacher, or guru. And you're teaching others how to heal their relationships, right? and you're getting more clients over the internet with Neptune going direct. Neptune going direct can also reveal clarity in regards to what needs to change within your world. And that is associated with not just your emotions, but also transformation of your relationships, transformation of how you have fun. Okay. Your belief system is also connected there with any type of Sagittarius's belief systems connected to Cancer, any type of belief system surrounding past conditioning with family, maybe being a mother, belief system about your own mother or a mother figure, or a father that was a nurturing one. Okay, so belief systems are changing here. I'm seeing if there's anything else, because a transformation is going to happen in that 7th house with your relationships and business associations and how you relate to other people. You could find groups, clubs, and affiliations that actually can be therapeutic for you to help you with that inner child and with any type of attachment that you have of emotions connected to grief, connected to a loss. Okay, so keep that in mind. Because that depression and that suffering and victimization is awakening and being changed. With Neptune going direct, it is giving you the clarity of what no longer serves you within your psyche. And it's also transforming things on a tangible sense of money, right? So money can be transformed with other people's resources, all right? And long-term finances. Grants, government, and taxes is associated with that also. 29 degree, I'm going to repeat myself, is the energetic degree that's pregnant with what's happening and what's birthing out of you so that you can gain the wisdom of. 0 degrees is the wisdom of. Okay? So you're ready. You're ready to take action. You're ready to see the clarity of your next goal. And I think that might be about it. I'm seeing if there's anything else. I do want to show you Sagittarius. It rules the 9th house in astrology. And your belief system is connected to who you are, right? Because Aries is the 1st house of your identity. And your identity comes out of being a teacher, preacher, guru. Could be just to other people. Doesn't have to be professionally. Okay? And it also could be your belief system is you, right? That it defines who you are. And the way that other people see you. The way that other people see you is surrounding how you love. 5th house, Sagittarius, connected with that 9th. Let me grab another pen here. All right. How you love, how you treat your children. Also, not just loving your lover, but loving your children and other people. How you have fun, right? 9th house being activated with Aries can also show you that you're capable of teaching others how to love and how to nurture themselves and how to heal themselves, okay? Because we have psychic and intuitive abilities activated with Pisces in that 8th house. And a transformation can happen to where they are heightened. They are heightened to the point to where you become the healer after you heal yourself, okay? And this could be a time to where you show that to others. I'm seeing if there's anything else here. think that might be about it. If you have any more definitions, please share them. Right, Leo? Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Virgo. I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this Neptune in Pisces that's happening in your 7th house. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so the definition of the 7th is marriage partners, girlfriends, boyfriends, alliances, commitments, agreements, collaborations with other people, contracts, business associations. This is your house where open enemies are, clients and therapists, and your real close relationships, okay? Could be friendships, could be best friends. With Neptune here, Neptune has been here since, I think 2011, for 14 years. So Neptune may have shown you situations of illusion and disillusion. And when I say that, remember that Neptune is the ruler over Pisces, okay? And Pisces is that, I want to say a loss of innocence, just like Virgo, to where you thought that things were a certain way, and it turns out that they're really this way, okay? Now, with Virgo, it's more or less of having to deal with the tangible world. With Pisces, it's the belief that things were this way, and then Neptune goes direct and shows you clarity upon what they're really like, okay? In the 7th house, it could have been that you've gotten into a relationship of sorts for the last 14 years. That's a long time. So, of course, you've probably made friends, or you've gotten into a love relationship or a business association. And Neptune tries to give you that spiritual motivation of your higher self. It connects with your soul of, we're not going to show, put in your name. We're not going to show this person really what's behind the scenes, because if we do, then that will change the trajectory of the purpose. Does that make any sense? So, like I said, you may have gotten into a relationship and gotten married, and you didn't necessarily know what marriage was about, and it hit hard when there was a disillusion of that marriage, right? Or it could have been the same thing with business, the same thing with friendships, okay? Now, Neptune brings in also clarity of why. So Neptune's definition would be, everything happens for a reason, right? So this relationship happened for a reason, for you to heal yourself, which is Pisces, for you to get into spirituality or any type of taboo, for you to have someone there during a loss, to have someone there to help you with your grief, because we're dealing with relating to other people, right? Mixed with Pisces definition. I'm going to give you that definition so that you know. Pisces is loss, spirituality, soul work, enlightenment, healing and restoration of any type of past conditioning, past lives, karma healing, mediumship, letting go and going with faith, endings, transformation, psychic and intuitive abilities, habits, the subconscious, higher states of consciousness, which is like an awakening or enlightenment. And this is where things are hidden and private and secret, okay? So Neptune could have kept secrets because it is the definition of Pisces mixed with a Pisces house relating to other people. I mean, how confusing is Neptune, right? Anyways, okay, so this could have been that you didn't see the truth in regards to that relationship, whether it be business association, love relationship, marriage, boyfriend, girlfriend. This could have been also situations of you not seeing the truth in regards to contracts, collaborations with other people. That I'm going to give you an example, because I got into a relationship when Neptune was in my 7th, right? Because I'm a Virgo rising. So I got married in 2013. And Neptune gave us, I say us because I'm in a relationship, of course, gave us a contract to get cattle. What Neptune did not show, or made it to where I did not see the truth in regards to that contract, that the landlord has pushed off people constantly from the land. Okay. Now, it hasn't happened to us. 29 degrees is a possibility. but it hasn't happened to us for some odd reason. But Neptune hid that side of the situation so I wouldn't be scared to get into that contract. Does that make any sense? The same thing goes with Neptune in my marriage. Neptune in my marriage hid the fact that my husband suffers from PTSD. Okay? And that has been a clarity this past year. Okay? As well, I mean, you know, things add up to that clarity, but it really hit home this past year. I mean, 12 years, almost 13 years, right? That's a long time of trying to figure out what is wrong with you. Okay. Oh, goodness. We have Pisces in the 7th, so we either get with people that have problems mentally, problems with their faith, or problems with habits, okay, such as alcohol, drugs, anything that is a habit, a habitual habit, right? My last husband, my first one, had paranoia schizophrenia. So, you know, and he went to prison. So he had that off of Pisces, and this one has PTSD, right? So it's a repetition for me, it seems. But Neptune can make things come into perspective. It can bring out clarity in this house of what's really happening and why it happened. So I met my husband, and we went through situations of faith back and forth. You know, I was a Christian before I got into spirituality. And it wasn't until I met my husband that was activated, okay, that I got into healing, because I thought there was something wrong with me. Of course, we think there's something wrong with us. You know. Change us, change the situation, right? Anyways, so I got into spirituality and crystals and tarot and astrology, and here I am. Neptune had a reason for me to be in this relationship. The same thing goes with this contract with the landowner, right? The same thing goes with our business, okay? The same thing goes with me actually meeting my husband, for everything to fall into place. Again, Neptune has this definition of everything happens for a reason. Okay? So to give you an example, if you are in situations where you have been pretty much through war, okay, or you have been on a constant surrender and forgiveness and transformation or ending, if you had been through many relationships, right? It's that I went through so many people to find you kind of feeling, because it will happen when Neptune leaves this house, because you're going to find you, not necessarily that other person that you've been looking for, but you. It's going into Aries, and Aries is independent. Aries is warrior. Aries is ruled by Mars in astrology. Okay, so that Mars effect of taking hold of motivation to use other people's resources, 8th house affiliations, okay? Other people's resources, grants, governments, taxes, situations of that nature on an independent level. Chunky money, paying out of investments and loans and consolidating debt and, taking the reins of situations, okay, is Aries. Now we're all going to get some type of clarity of why things have been happening in the 7th house, okay? Or the culmination of the 7th. Because Pisces can be defined as healing, yes. Transformation and endings, yes. It can also be defined as suffering and victimization, okay? And Neptune can come in and bring that clarity as it's going direct of preparing you for that Aries, preparing you for that Aries sign in the 8th of this is why, or this is what you need to do next. Your higher self, your soul, is speaking to you during this time of showing you what to do next. If you had any type of enlightenment, if you had any type of, feels like an upgrade or a download or any type of vision, okay, do it. Take the reins, because Aries is going to teach you how to become your independent self while using other people's resources. Okay, so you're going to have to be on point and figure out what's next. So to do that, you have to listen to your higher self. But I'm going to show you within your chart of how Neptune is transforming you to get there. Okay, so Pisces is also ruled by Jupiter in traditional astrology. Okay, there's a reason why I use both modern and traditional. It's to figure out where everything is pinpointed. In traditional astrology, we're going to look at Jupiter and the 11th. All right. So the 11th house deals with other people, just like the 7th. These are both how you relate and are included with other people. 11th house is groups, clubs, and affiliations. It is also your goals, your rewards, and your gains. Okay? 11th house is the internet. It is ruled by Aquarius in astrology. So it has a little bit of Aquarian themes of disassociating or detaching. Okay, it has a little bit of Aquarius themes here. Also, friendships of long distance, older siblings are the 11th. Socializing in a big way, more than 3 people. I said the internet, of course, rewards and gains. Freedom is the 11th, okay? Also, because it's ruled by Aquarius in astrology, and Aquarius is ruled by Uranus. Keep that in mind. Freedom and liberation, okay? 11th house is also your goals. I think I said that, but I'm not sure. But I'm going to say it again. Your goals. The goal of this situation with Neptune, I'm going to put a line here so you understand, was to have emotional management. Okay? It was also to show you how to nurture yourself and to be into the groups and clubs and affiliations that are for you, right? That are nurturing for you, that also need to be nurtured. You are a Virgo. Service to others is a thing. And when it comes to Cancer, we're dealing with homes and properties. We're dealing with nurturing mothers, motherhood, mother figures. We're also dealing with your emotional body, emotional security. Okay? Cancer is also your foundation, patterns of the past or ancestral lineage. All right, so this whole thing with Neptune being in the 7th has showed you how to deal with your emotional body, nurture yourself. It's also showed you that you could gain a home or a property. It has also been here to show you that you have something in your ancestral lineage that is a reward for you. This is also a belief system because it's Jupiter being activated here. Jupiter being belief systems surrounding your family. Belief systems about your family may have changed because of that relationship ending or transforming, that friendship that you have, what have you. Okay, belief systems have changed. All right. This is also associated with your 4th house in Sagittarius, because Jupiter is the modern ruler of Sagittarius. Okay, your belief system. Okay, so we're connecting both of them. 4th house is Cancer in astrology. I'm going to put a line there so you can see it. So we're dealing with beliefs about religion, beliefs about higher education, beliefs about maybe even a literal Sagittarius, beliefs about vacation or long distance travel. Okay. With all of this together, it could have been that your business associations, were a constant on the road commuting kind of thing, or you were able to work from home in some situations. Okay. With Neptune being activated, Neptune can also show you your purpose, and that could have been healing the collective, healing groups, clubs, and affiliations by associating yourself with groups, clubs, and affiliations, or being on the internet. Okay, now Jupiter retrograde in Cancer, I'm going to go back to it so I don't get off topic, is reminding you, reassessing, reviewing all of the stuff that you have already went through with Neptune in that 7th. And it's showing you that clarity of what to do. It's showing you the clarity of how to do. And if things aren't the way that you want them to be, to use your capability of emotional healing, finding emotional healing on the internet, finding, it could be religious. Okay, if it is religious, I used to be a Christian, so I used Joyce Meyer. I still listen to Joyce Meyer ever so often, but with discernment, because, you know, there's certain things I don't believe in anymore. And that's because I'm a medium now, right? And so I listen with discernment if that's something that you're interested in. But showing you the truth on maybe right now, if it's chaotic, that you need to console your emotional body. Or maybe right now, you know, with business associations, contracts, or whatever, something is about to take hold. Something transformative that's going to transform your relationships, Neptune going direct, because of either a business association or a contract or affiliation, or your relationship is going to transform, right? Due to Jupiter bringing blessings in that 11th. And it could be that there could be opportunities that come out of family, or there could be opportunities that come out of owning a home or property. There could be opportunities and blessings that come out of you managing that emotional body, and therefore that relationship has changed. And it can go either way. I'm not saying that, you know, if you're in a toxic relationship that you should stay. I am not saying that, okay, honey? I am saying that no matter the state of the physical around you, that you're capable of managing your emotional body, no matter what, and remembering that you come first, okay? This could also be an opportunity for you to become a caregiver of some sort, all right? This could be because Cancer is, you know, the person that nurtures. And it could be that you're affiliating yourself now with groups, clubs, and affiliations that give that to others, and you're capable of serving that way, okay? So I want to look at Pluto. That's in the 6th house, because with Neptune is so far in the air, okay? It's very watery and spiritual, and it's the ether, Neptune, you know what I mean? And to bring you back to a grounded position, we're going to look at Pluto behind the scenes, behind the veil, because we're using that part of Neptune to see beyond the veil of what's really trying to happen, okay? And Neptune is transforming those relationships and transforming you within relating to other people on a business association, client base, or maybe even therapist, or some type of contract or affiliation is transforming you that way to bring you back to Pluto of the transformational energy that's happening for the next 20 to 22 years. This is why 6th house is your health. 6th house is service to other people. 6th house is self-mastery. Some people don't know what self-mastery is, and I'm going to explain, okay? Self-mastery can be mastering yourself in anything. It can be mastering yourself on a health base. It can be mastering yourself on a physical plane. It can be mastering yourself with knowledge and skills that you learn, okay? This is self-mastery, all right? Business is also associated with that 7th, and work. Your daily work and routine and lifestyle is associated with the 6th. Okay? So Pluto is trying to transform, rebirth, and transform your lifestyle to be associated with the right groups and affiliations, to be associated with working on the internet, to be associated with your goals and dreams, to be associated with your rewards and gains. There could be rewards and gains that come to you that transform that ability of working, that ability of your lifestyle. Okay? It could be there is a death and rebirth that happens within your work facilitation. I want to give you an example. So we all know about Pluto in Capricorn. I think Pluto left Capricorn in is either 2023 or 2024. Okay, but it's still kind of lingering. You know what I mean? So when Pluto was in Capricorn, it dealt with either you didn't have the job that you wanted, or you kept, getting let go from jobs. This is everybody, right? Jobs were transformative because Capricorn is work. Capricorn is professional life. They could have found their right profession, or became a leader, or a boss, right, of some sort. For us, it was in the 5th house. And Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, so it tries to give you authority. It tries to show you your authority. And we found our authority in having fun, enjoyment, maybe even doing things that we loved. Hobbies could have changed. At the very end of Pluto and Capricorn, it could have been that we made hobbies our work, or we changed our hobbies into a different type of leadership within ourselves to deal with either the inner child or to have more fun in our lives. We could have found love, right? Pluto and Capricorn could have been a literal Capricorn. And that's sometimes how it plays out, or a Leo, okay? Because 5th house is ruled by Leo in astrology. It could have been that those people are the ones that transformed our lives, okay? Whether it be in work, whether it be in our self-leadership within ourselves, our power. Capricorn is the 10th house, so you use that definition of professional life, power, your status, your title that you hold, being a parent, okay? It was there for 20 to 22 years, right? So that's a long time of everything changing on a constant, depending on how old you are. You could have seen it more in definition if you are older. And if you're younger, it may have felt like it was continuous crisis. Right? I'm just gonna be blunt there. It could have felt like a continuous crisis. I don't know about you, but I'm in my midlife. We're about to have Uranus return. Oh, goodness. Or not Uranus return, but Uranus opposition. I'm excited. I don't know. I'm being facetious now. So anyways. So Pluto in Aquarius is going to transform who you're associated with, combined with how you work, combined with your lifestyle, right? And it will be beautiful, but there will be a death and rebirth of the old one. And all of this Neptunian stuff is happening this is why you went through that, so that you could get to the point where you understand that your lifestyle has to change. It could be with your health. It could be with disassociating yourself with your health. Maybe there were situations where you had to let go and go with faith, because whatever was happening in the 7th with relating to others, all right, connected to mothers, connected to maybe family, connected to the community that your family is in, maybe you had to disassociate yourself from that. And to do so, you had to go through some stuff, and that could have been the awakenings that you had. It could have been through some healing that you had to go through. Could have been loss, right? Or grief situations that you went through. All of that happened for a reason, to set you up for a transformative sixth house, to have a new lifestyle. Okay? Now, I do know Neptune about to go into Aries. There will be times to where, things will be hidden from you in regards to situations of shared resources. Okay? I'm putting that out there so you are prepared now. Maybe if you're prepared now, that you can see and transform it, or realize that Neptune is activated whenever you see the truth, not to be disillusioned by it. Does that make any sense? So, seeing the truth for what it is, rather than saying, oh, it'll take care of itself, or, things happen. So, I'm a Virgo rising, Pisces sun. So that's what I do. Oh goodness. But so you see the truth for what it is. Okay. I'm just preparing you now. A new lifestyle is coming to you. A new way of interacting with groups, clubs, and affiliations. New goals are coming. There could be a death of an old goal and something comes up to where you're making a new one. With Cancer activated with Jupiter, this could be that emotional body that you learned how to contain or manage, that is the goal of helping others, servicing others with their emotional body. That could be it. Now, I do want to say too that with that fourth house in Sagittarius, if there has been situations of toxic relationships with other people, I'm still looking at the chart. Give me 1 second. There could have been, an ending of relationship, and therefore, things are changing within your lifestyle starting now. It could be time to either reframe the way that your mind works in regards to family and the community. It depends on who you are, who I'm talking to right now. So I'm just going to say what I see. Fourth house is long distance, and it could be required for you to either move a long distance, right? Or it could be required for you to move in with a Sagittarius, literal Sagittarius, fourth house. Or it could be required for you to change the belief system that is connected with your family. Okay? And family could be the people that help you, or have you moved in with them. Does that make any sense? Because, it depends on if you live with that person that you're in a relationship with. But I keep saying moving because the 10th house at the very tippy top is moving. Okay? And it's in Capricorn, 10th house of your power, where your power lies, in Gemini. So if this is dealing with, getting rid of that relationship because it's toxic, or if you're the type of person that is staying in the relationship, right? If you're the type of person staying in the relationship, Gemini is activated in the 10th house, okay, with Uranus, right? Is requiring you to deal with your mind, is requiring you to understand your mindset and communication, is requiring you to understand aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors can give you some type of motivation, or give you some type of power, or give you advice in regards to how to get that power back. Does that make any sense? I hope I'm making sense, because Uranus is going to change in the 10th house of your career. It's going to change the status that you hold. It's going to change your mindset. It's going to change your communication. It's already been placed in Gemini once before, and it retrograded back into Taurus, you know, dealing with homes, dealing with your self-worth. Okay, but Neptune going direct, and it's going to activate Aquarius in that 11th house, and it's going to activate also that Pluto in the 6th. We're looking to Uranus transiting Gemini, of the change of your mind, the change of how you speak, the change of your thinking, the change of a skill and learning ability. Things are happening quickly, and Uranus liberates and frees you. Okay, so keep that in mind. When it's in Taurus, retrograde is trying to change you on the inside of, how am I good enough? What am I good enough for? What is my value, right? And that all deals with that 9th house of your belief system, of how you see that you're valued. It also deals with your skill and learning ability on how to obtain a home, or how to gain money, right? All of these things are situated here, connection with Jupiter. Jupiter is going to reward you for what you're going through. In the 11th, Jupiter is going to give you a blessing from nowhere. That's how Jupiter works. Jupiter is also expansion of emotions, so everybody is whiny right now. Everybody is crying, feeling like a victim, because Pisces is activated with that North Node. Nodes are the moon nodes, okay? So North Node and South Node of things that you need to get rid of, which is perfectionism and criticizing yourself, right? And North Node with Pisces being, I'm not a victim anymore, and I can deal with things as they come. You know, surrender, letting go and going with faith is Pisces. But when it's retrograde, Jupiter being retrograde, it can make you feel like a victim within your feelings. It can do this, expand that, and then make you change, because every planet has that capability. Just like Mars gets you angry to the fact of you having motivation to do something about it. Uranus creates that chaos and crisis in your life to make you change things, right? And so Neptune hides things from you, and then gives you this awakening and enlightenment of, oh my God, I just went through all that for this, right? You do. So every planet has their aha moment. And Jupiter expands things to make you move, to make something happen. It also rewards you. It gives you opportunities and rewards. So this is coming out of your 11th, of a new community, of maybe a healing of some sort, maybe a healing community, right? It can be religious. It can be that you're involved in the religious factor, or it can be that you become that teacher, preacher, or guru for healing others, that service to others. That Pluto is in that 6th of servicing others and changing your lifestyle to help the collective. So, I mean, that is a possibility. All of this crap that you went through, is so that you can be the person that heals other people, right? That's just one way of looking at it. But I hope this helps, Virgo. Thank you for being here. I've been on here too long. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Libra. I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this Neptune going direct in your 6th house in Pisces. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so the 6th house, it deals with health, daily routines, daily work and employment, service to others, organizing and detail orientation, also self-mastery. This is all happening in Pisces. Pisces deals with letting go and going with faith, endings and transformation, your psychic and intuitive abilities, higher states of consciousness, which can also include downloads, visions, premonitions, anything of the divine that comes to you as an idea. 6th house with Neptune. Neptune is creating a clarity for you. It may have been shielding you from the truth, because that's what Neptune does. Neptune gives that illusion to give the disillusion as it awakens you. It is the ruler over Pisces, so it has a little bit of Pisces flavor of that transformation for you to see the light, for you to see the truth. And you could have awakened to seeing the truth in regards to your lifestyle, in regards to what you're doing on a daily basis. Could have been some type of self-sabotaging behavior, because that deals with Pisces. Pisces is habits, okay? It could have affected your health. It could have affected your work situation, or the way that you were servicing others needed to have boundaries in regards to servicing others. If you are of a person that's in the taboo, such as astrology or tarot, this could be an enlightening era of you actually working with your gifts, or it could have awakened you to those gifts that you have with astrology or tarot. With it going direct at 29 degrees, with it going direct at 29 degrees, an energetic degree, you're pregnant with the wisdom of your truth, and you're finding out your authenticity through the divine. This could be an awakening of maybe a job change. This could be an awakening of some type of self-mastery you want to do concerning your gifts. It could be an ending of the way that you used to do things during your daily routine. Sometimes people don't have a daily routine, and this is one of those indications of you gaining a daily routine to put structure or put some type of discipline within your life so that you can get through everyday life. Libra, you are the balancing person. So with that said, there could be some surrender that needs to happen in regards to what's going on around you. Okay. I want to look at Jupiter. Jupiter is another ruler of Pisces. It is the traditional ruler of Pisces, okay? And it's in Cancer, in that 10th house. And the 10th house deals with your power. It deals with your status, your work status, your marriage status, your parental status, okay? It also deals with the way that people see you in public. That is the title that you hold. The 10th house is your professional life, your reputation. It can deal with fathers, health, and wealth. It can also deal with your legacy. And it being in Cancer, Cancer is dealing with your emotional body, nurturing yourself, patterns of the past, ancestral patterns, ancestral lineage, okay? Your sense of belonging, properties, homes, and families, mothers, motherhood, mother figures, your security, however you see how you feel secure. It is Cancer, okay? With this activation in the 10th house, your power comes from being a nurturer, taking care of yourself. Your power comes from managing that emotional body. Being a parent is your power. Connections with family is your power. Using that ancestral lineage that is yours is your power. Okay. Also, cutting cords of any past situations that have occurred within family, within ancestral patterns of family, that is your power. You are the one that ends that suffering within your family. Okay. And Jupiter is here to expand emotions upon power. It can go one or two ways. It can expand them to make you move, to not necessarily move in a physical, in a physical sense, but to move your decisions of doing something about something, okay? And this could be that maybe drugs and alcohol is the thing within your ancestral lineage, and divorces are a thing within your ancestral lineage, and you're the one that is here to end it. You are the one that is here to make that marriage work, or to make something happen within your world. You are the one that changes it. You are the one that changes the ancestral lineage for generations to come after you, right? Neptune could be giving you clarity about this. It could also be that opportunities come out of that 10th house of you figuring out how you want to help others, how you want to heal with the power that you have. And that could be through some type of work facilitation of nurturing others, showing them how to channel or manage their emotional body, whatever modality that you decide to use, whether that is a profession or some type of talent or genius that you have already, that you using that is going to help other people and also nurture yourself. This could be also a situation to where you're figuring out within your lifestyle that it's time for you to take care of parentals, or it's time for you to take care of situations at jobs. It's time for you to become the person that people can rely on with their emotions. This could be it. It could be you get into psychological well-being, or you get into some type of holistic faith situation to where you're showing others how to use this. Service to others is that 6th house, and it could be divinely shown to you of a purpose that you have in regards to nurturing others in their emotional body. Okay, because this is the public. 10th house is the public, and it's also work. This can also look like there are changes happening that feel like a divinely guided change. Transformation and endings is Pisces, and it could be that the divine steps in and cuts out of a habit that you had, or the divine steps in and cuts out some type of emotional turmoil that you've been going through that's included with work facilitation, or included with a health situation, or included with a lifestyle situation that you had been partaking in. And again, it can deal with self-sabotaging habits, that lifestyle situation, but it doesn't have to be. It could be just something that's repetitive over and over and over again. And then all of a sudden you're freed from it. Okay. Opportunities will come out of the 10th house with Jupiter here. But right now, Jupiter is working on you internally so that you understand your emotions, so that you understand how you're relating to yourself and self-awareness of what you emotionally can partake in. And that could include situations of work that you've went through, and that could include situations of family that you went through. Okay. But it was to show you how to upgrade yourself. It was to show you that you can have a different type of routine that can push you away from being in bondage with those emotions that have happened to you. Okay. All right. So I want to look at Pluto. Pluto is activated in Aquarius, is going to transform that clarity, because whenever there is planets transiting, you have to remember that there is a culmination of why everything is going a certain way. And Pluto is trying to transform you completely. It will be in Aquarius for the next 20 to 22 years, but it's trying to transform you completely so that you get to where you need to be on this plane right now. Okay, so we're going to look at Aquarius. Aquarius is in that 5th house. And the 5th house being activated is your love life. It's romance, fun, sex, talents, and genius. Your friends are here. Celebrity, popularity, and recognition status. Dating, pleasure, creativity. And with Pluto here, Pluto is trying to transform you to enjoy, have fun, and realize that you have a God-given gift to help the collective, because Aquarius is groups, clubs, and affiliations. Aquarius is also hopes, dreams, and wishes, rewards, and gains. It can be community goals, friendships of long distance, older siblings, socializing in a big way. Technology is here. The internet is here. Okay. And what this could include is a complete transformation of the way that you enjoy life, the way that you have fun, using those God-given talents that you have that can include that nurturing factor to other people, that can include how to manage their emotions with other people. I do want to show you something interesting. The 4th house in astrology is ruled by Cancer. Okay, so the 4th house dealing with your emotional body and homes and properties and being a mom and dealing with mothers and mother figures and family. Capricorn is the flavor of that house, which is the definition of the 10th. Okay, so we're dealing with you working either from home, working with homes and properties, working with others with their emotional body or nurturing them, working as a mother to other people, such as you can babysit, you could be taking care or having a caregiver position, or this could be you just, literally working from home. Other people see you as working from home from the internet, right? This could be Pluto transforming that 5th house so that you understand how much you are loved by the collective, how much worth you have within your talents and genius. It also could be a situation of Neptune working out as, maybe you're going through losses or grief situation. And losses could look like anything. It could look like losing a job. It could look like losing a person, whichever. And this could be a time to where Neptune is giving you that clarity of maybe you need to step away from those emotions during this time. Or it could be that God, source, the universe, whatever you believe in, is giving you the capability of being numb during this time so that you can gain the clarity that's needed for you to get back to the lifestyle that you were in or the lifestyle that you need to be in. Okay, I do want to say that too. Now, therapy could be activated because you are a Libra, and Libra's rules that 7th house of therapy. Therapy could be a situation of you needing to get back to that daily routine or ritual that you were doing, that lifestyle that you had. And I say that only because of Neptune is at the 29th degree, and it is going into that 7th house of Aries, okay, after 29 degrees. So keep that in mind, that therapy could be a way out of your head or a way to manage those emotions. Okay. Neptune going direct. Neptune can facilitate things happening in the background that you have no awareness about, and you become disillusioned by situations. It can either be an awakening or it can facilitate some type of disappointment that has happened. Okay, and it could be included with jobs. It could be included with family or mothers, okay? Or you're understanding your family and mother in a different light, in a different aspect, because you yourself are becoming or are a mother and had to go through situations. So Neptune can awaken you to certain things of the way that it had to be, or this is what happened and it happened for a reason, right? And it was for you to come to your power, because Jupiter being activated, that's going to bring in blessings of work, blessings of change of status, which could be marriage, by the way. With Neptune going into that 7th house after leaving Pisces, marriage could be prompted to you. It could be because of a pregnancy, or it could be that you get proposed to at this huge party because Pluto is at that huge party in Aquarius, right? And love is there, dating is there, and transformation of dating and love is there. So children is also activated with that 5th house. That's why I said pregnancy, okay? All right, so this could actually be very beautiful, much blessings to you, okay? Coming out of 10th house of your power, that status changing, the way that other people see you with that status is changing, an upgrade in work if you haven't lost your job or are looking for one. This could be an upgrade in that work facilitation. It can also be a belief system changing around family, around mothers and fathers, by the way, because 10th house is fathers. It can be also a change of legacy. Maybe there is a winning that happens. 5th house is those winnings. Unexpected winnings can happen with transformation, Pluto there, of a death and rebirth, of the way that you have fun and the lifestyle changing with Neptune. It could be that you win something and that changes everything for you, and you're capable of being at home more, or you're capable of pushing out that power that you have within to help other people. Okay, so that is a possibility. All right, Libra, thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Scorpio. Hope you're doing well today. This is for Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at Neptune in your 5th house, going direct at 29 degrees. Okay, so the 5th house deals with your love life. It deals with love in general. Also dating. It can also be celebrity popularity and recognition. Fame is the 5th house because it is ruled by Leo in astrology. Also, hobbies, children, your God-given talent is the 5th house. Your creativity and pleasure, enjoyment is the 5th house. Neptune being here in Pisces. Pisces deals with grief. It deals with loss. It deals with things of the divine, awakenings, higher consciousness. It also deals with psychic and intuitive abilities. Spirituality is Pisces. Victimness and suffering is Pisces. Also, this could be past life mediumship. Pisces is prisons and hospitals, the mystical. It is also your habits, your self-sabotaging habits, and can also include drugs, alcohol, anything of a habitual habit. Now, with this Neptune here, Neptune is Pisces ruler, okay? So it holds the same flavor as Pisces. And it has this way of putting you into an illusion of the way that you enjoy life to disilluge that enjoyment to you, to awaken you to that illusion, okay? And it could have been while Neptune was retrograde that you wanted to escape. You just wanted to enjoy life and escape, not worry about money, not worry about life reality. Maybe it was that you thought that having children could save you or save a love situation. It could have been situations of children lying to you. Okay. And they could have had ways of escaping and self-sabotaging behavior. An awakening is coming to you. Clarity is coming to you about the rose-colored glasses. It could include love in general, of an awakening of love. Love is not easy for anybody. It doesn't matter if you have the greatest relationship in the world. Love is not easy. You have to work on it every day, sometimes every hour of the day, depending on the relationship, right? Oh, goodness. Transformation and endings is Pisces, and it could be that you want to end a relationship. It could be that a transformation of that relationship needs to happen. And maybe it's on a more spiritual factor of you guys are getting more into spirituality, or you guys are getting more into faith or some type of prayer together, or something that brings you together that includes the divine. God, source, the universe, okay? And you're changing the way that you've had fun before. It could have included habits, habitual habits, bad habits, however. It could have been that the relationship itself had a habit, okay, of consistently going around in circles of maybe infidelity. Infidelity is the 5th house. This could also be a situation of your children going through that, okay? That they are coming to clarity on how to heal. Healing of past conditioning can happen with Neptune going direct in Pisces in the 5th house. Healing of having fun and enjoying life again can happen with Pisces and Neptune together. This could also be an enlightenment and awakening in regards to a friendship, or in regards to not just the dating life, but maybe you are ready to have children, or maybe you are ready and willing to use your God-given talents that are of the ether. Okay. Now, when I say that, I mean like astrology, tarot, taboo topics, anything that deals with psychic abilities, includes mediumship, karma readings, past life readings, all of the above, right? Maybe you're ready to put them out there. There's a transformation that's happening within you. It could be the dark night of the soul that you had to go through to get those talents, okay? It could have been a loss. It could have been grief. But this is a time to where Neptune is going to keep you and awaken you to the awareness of your talents and how they should be used. Now, I do want to look at Jupiter. Jupiter is the traditional ruler of Pisces. Okay, and Jupiter is in that 9th house. Jupiter is allowing you to change a belief system. It could be surrounding family. Belief systems is the 9th house. 9th house is also higher education. It is publishing. 9th house is also opportunities and blessings that come to you. 9th house deals with religions, and it deals with any type of faith-based belief system that you have within yourself. Okay, this could be 9th house looking at the bigger picture. Skills and learning abilities is also 9th house. Media is 9th house, okay? There could be opportunities that if you are of one that does the taboo for your talents and genius, that you get published, or you get put on media, or there's blessings that come out of you being on media, okay? People see you as the nurturer. People see you as the healer. Cancer is the healer. Cancer is also known for nurturing and your emotional body. It deals with mothers, motherhood, mother figures. It also deals with homes and properties, okay? And there could have been opportunities with Neptune for the last 14 years that gave you opportunities of gaining a home, of gaining a property, of having children, of also some type of management of your emotional body due to the belief system that was surrounding past situations with family. Ancestral lineage is Cancer. And this could be a time to where Jupiter is trying to help you heal for the last time of this ancestral lineage, for you to take forth and hold the key to changing that ancestral lineage with your belief system. Okay, now religion is activated, and religion being activated could be what is helping you nurture yourself. You being able to believe something other than yourself can help you. Also, religion can also free you from any types of indication of loss or grief, something of that situation. With Neptune going direct, you could find someone that is of a teacher, preacher, or guru, which is the 9th house, of being someone that can help you either in religion or your spirituality, or managing your emotions during this time. Clarity is coming to you after Neptune has made its way direct at the 29th degree of what's really ailing you, what really needs to change, why things have happened. Because Neptune, one of the sayings of Neptune is things happen for a reason, okay? And everything that you had went through, either in your love life, dating life, situations of children, having children, situations with family, mothers, motherhood, situations of your emotions, dealing with changes of your belief system, could have been like a spiritual poverty that you felt, that everything happens for a reason, so you can come out of this with a blessing. Now, Jupiter will go direct. Right now, it is retrograde, and it's working on you internally, maybe expanding those emotions so that you can see what you really want out of life, so that you can see the blessings that are coming to you, that you can facilitate that change of habitual habits or change of consistently transforming things or ending things. Okay, so that includes with love, that includes with hobbies, talents, and genius, that includes with the media. Okay, it is trying to show you how to nurture yourself and have that emotional management that is needed. When it goes direct, Jupiter will bring in blessings, opportunities could come to you of love, opportunities of children, opportunities of some type of winning that happens, opportunity of being seen on the media, maybe even going viral on the media. Okay, I do want to say too that a new lifestyle is going to come to you. We have Neptune at 29 degrees, and Saturn is making its way up to Aries. Okay, so both of these planets are going to go into Aries once again, and you will have a new lifestyle that is more authentic to you. That is Aries. You will have a better lifestyle that actually matches your personality, Scorpio. Okay, so I want to look at Pluto. When things are changing around you and when things are in transformation or transcending, Pluto is the activator, is the grounder, is the reason why everything is taking a turn. Everything is accumulating to transformation. Okay, so let's see Pluto. Pluto would be there in Aquarius for the next 20 to 22 years in your 4th house. And it's trying to transform the way you do home life. It's trying to transform you either to work from home on the internet or be included with a community that is matching your emotional belonging. Also to be included with, because Aquarius is groups, clubs, and affiliations, right? And Aquarius is community. Aquarius is your goals, okay? Your hopes, dreams, and wishes. It's also included with older siblings and friendships of long distance. Socializing in a huge way, like parties, technology, the internet. Okay, so the 4th house is ruled by Cancer in astrology, which is connected to that Jupiter. All right, so one way that can help with your emotional body is to find the right clubs, groups, and affiliations. Is also to maybe even look on the internet for those, or it could be that it's you getting out into your community so that you can heal that emotional body. This could be transformation of bringing you to your soul tribe that makes you feel emotionally secure. Okay, that could be with family. It could be with your mom. It could also be, because that is 4th house. 4th house is properties and homes and family, mothers, mother figures, motherhood, security, sense of belonging, your emotional body, nurturing yourself. It's also that ancestral pattern that we were talking about. And you could find ways to end that ancestral pattern that has been going around and around by maybe changing homes, or maybe talking to your mother, or finding those groups, clubs, or affiliations that have done it once before for themselves. I'm sure there's a lot out there of healing those emotional wounds from family. Also, transformation of who you're hanging out with due to that situation with habitual habits of sabotage. And it could be with love, okay? It could also be that there are opportunities for you to work over the internet from home if you've been looking for work. Or this could be that you using that talent, skill, or genius doesn't have to be taboo, but Pisces is taboo, but it doesn't have to be. Okay, it could be like insurance, or it could be something that deals with prisons and hospitals, or anything medical, or anything, I'm trying to think of other Piscean things, photography and editing and, spirituality. The taboo also is included with all of that. But Pisces can also be life insurance. It can also be something foreign, okay? That you're the foreigner, that you're working with people that are foreigners to you, okay? Over the internet, working from home. I'm trying to think of anything else. If you have examples, please put them in the comments. Right? But Pluto is there given a death and rebirth of situations of your home life, situations of affiliations with other people, and how you're emotionally attached to that. Okay, managing those emotions. But Jupiter will bring in blessings to help with this. Jupiter will bring in opportunities that help you to see the blessings, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. If you had gotten into a relationship with Neptune, being the last 14 years, I think 2011, 2010, 2011, somewhere in there, Neptune could be awakening you to the fact of maybe it was a mistake, or Neptune could be awakening you to the fact of that it was the person has a habit, or the person is on drugs or alcohol and has been, or that they have cheated this whole time of being with you. Okay, or you did, right? It could be awakening you to the fact of maybe this relationship is not the greatest, but it's whether or not you want to stay in it. Everybody has free will. If you want to heal the relationship, I do suggest that you go toward that Jupiter of changing the belief system surrounding the relationship, and bringing in more of a nurturing factor into that relationship that is also included with the divine, of the divine awakening, I guess you would say. Maybe spirituality, maybe religion. Ninth house is religion. Something that nurtures you both in a faith-based way, okay? That way you can get rid of whatever habitual habits that have been happening. I'm seeing if there's anything else here. I do want to look at Sagittarius. Sagittarius, it rules the ninth house in astrology. And that's the second. So self-worth and confidence, and also luxurious things that you think is luxurious is the second house, and money is the second house, right? And there could be opportunities coming to you in regards to money, in regards to your self-worth. And it could be from a teacher, preacher, or guru, or it could be that you're becoming that teacher, preacher, or guru to help others with their self-worth and confidence. And this was why Neptune was transiting the 5th house with your talents and genius, okay? But it could be also that there are opportunities coming to you that are unexpected for you to make more money, for you to have self-worth and confidence, for you to understand your value and how you bring value into the world. Okay, so keep a lookout, because Jupiter can work out as an unexpected blessing in the 9th house, manifestation, right? And it could be dealing with homes, yes. It could be dealing with property. It could be dealing with mothers, motherhood, mother figures. It could be dealing with that healing of emotional body, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. I think that's about it. Yeah, I think that's about it. But you will be shown how you are valued within relationships and how much you measure that against your emotional body. If it's needed, it can work out as the transformation of your emotions with Aquarius and Pluto being activated, of detaching from it, okay? If that's needed, the divine can work out like that. All right, Scorpio, thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Sagittarius. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at Neptune and Pisces going direct in your 4th house. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so the 4th house deals with property, homes, family, nurturing, mothers, motherhood, mother figures, security, ancestral patterns, also ancestral lineage. This could include the past, sense of belonging, emotional body, emotional security, and foundation is the 4th house. With the 4th house activated in Pisces, Pisces is giving this flavor of victimization, suffering, this flavor of letting go and going with faith. Also, Pisces is spirituality and awakening. Pisces can be mediumship, past lives, karma, loss, grief, healing and restoration, prisons, hospitals. The mystical is Pisces, such as taboo topics, esoteric topics, habits are Pisces. Could be any type of habit, okay? Doesn't necessarily have to be drugs or alcohol, but drugs and alcohol is Pisces. Pisces is also where things are hidden in private. With Neptune going direct, Neptune is bringing in an upgrade, is bringing in the truth. This could be that you realize things that were happening in your world were happening for a reason. That is how Neptune works. It is the saying of Neptune, everything happens for a reason. This could have been that you could have lost a home, or you could have had something in between a mother situation that had happened, such as they had losses, or they had enlightenments of sorts in regards to home life, in regards to being a mom. This could be that you're enlightened that you are becoming a mother. That could happen. It is also situations of the taboo with Pisces, that maybe that gift that you have is part of an ancestral lineage. This could be a time to where it comes to light that you're having dreams, or you're having premonitions or psychic and intuitive situations that are bringing things to light. You could also have situations, if you've been through grief in regards to family, in regards to mother figures. This could also be the healing that's needed in regards to those things. Or if you've had any trauma that dealt with childhood. Usually with Pisces in the 4th house for Sagittarius, your parents were either alcoholics, drug addicts, were in prison, could have been very faith-based or woo-woo, right? I say woo-woo lightly because I'm woo-woo, right? Anyways, they could have also pushed upon their belief system on you, because belief is Pisces. Pisces is also loss, so it could indicate that there was a loss of a parent in your childhood, or some type of victimization or suffering with the parental units. They could have suffered, or you did, right? Or felt like you were victimized within growing up. And this could be a time to where you're healing that. You're healing the trauma. You're healing the ancestral line. It could be also that you decide to stop the ancestral line that deals with addictions, that deals with situations of imprisonment or incarceration, or situations of feeling like you're going crazy or depressed. Okay, depression is Pisces also. With Pisces activated with Neptune, transformation and endings are also abound. And with Neptune going direct, that situation that made you feel like you were victimized or suffering could be ending during this time. I want to look at Jupiter. Jupiter is another correspondent of Pisces. It is the ruler over Pisces in traditional astrology. So we're going to look at Jupiter in Cancer. The 8th house is activated. And the 8th house also deals with transformations. It deals with chunky money, such as shared resources with other people, legal matters, divorces, other people's resources, like I said. Or it could be crisis, soulmates merging together, healing of fears, healing of phobias, grants, government, taxes, death and rebirth. Also inheritance, hidden knowledge, taboo topics, esoteric knowledge, the woo-woo that I was talking about earlier. Mortgages, loans, banking loans. Kundalini, awakening, is also the 8th house. Long-term finances and investments is the 8th house. Remember that the 8th house is ruled by Scorpio in astrology, okay? And that Scorpio has a way of showing you toxicity. It also has a way of showing you intense situations and transformation that will happen in your life. This could be on a constant transformation until you decide to stop the pattern. In your case, it is within your family lineage. It is within your home. It is within your nurturing factor and your emotional body connected to Cancer. Cancer is homes, properties, family, motherhood, mother figures, your emotional body, your emotional security, the past, lineage, okay? Your family's lineage, your lineage. It's also your foundation, okay? So all of this connected with Jupiter. Jupiter is expansion, yes. But Sagittarius, you are ruled by Jupiter in astrology, in modern astrology, okay? So it's belief systems. It is opportunities, optimism, okay? It is, yes, expansion, like I said, can expand situations, but it's also a lucky, blessed planet. It is retrograde during this time of Neptune going direct, and it's working on you internally. It's expanding situations to where you're enlightened. It's expanding situations where you can see your emotions rather than, why do I feel this way? Or what is going on around me, right? It will show you. It will show you what's really the truth. Scorpio has a way of getting down and dirty with the truth, investigating, okay, with that 8th house. And you will see the truth in regards to family. You will see the truth in regards to patterns. You will see the truth in regards to how to do the things that are necessary to get things done, okay? And this could be in regards to, we're going to use Neptune and Jupiter together, that you see the truth in regards to how to transform a situation dealing with homes, property. I'm going to use that first, okay? That there could be opportunities and blessings that come to you through inheritance. Or you could be seeing the truth in regards to how you missed out on an inheritance, okay? Dealing with family, dealing with parents. 8th house also, you know, I said it's shared resources, but it also deals with anything using other people's resources, such as nonprofit situations, right? Or it deals with insurance, life insurance, okay? And you could be seeing the truth on what should have been paid out to you or to your family, or what should have been taken care of in a different manner rather than how it did, because Pisces is disappointment, okay? And you may decide to do something about that, because Jupiter being here, Jupiter can bring you optimism and and opportunities in regards to taking the action that is needed, taking the action that is necessary for you to make things right, okay? Jupiter is connected with Sagittarius, and Sagittarius in astrology is opportunities and blessings. And this could be that there is some type of blessing coming out of a situation for using the government. Could be using the government for a home. Could be using the government for a property. Could be that the government gives you some type of extra something, or gives you a grant of some sort for you to be capable of purchasing a property or home. Okay, so this could also look like, because of the situations that the world is in right now, okay, that you're deciding to use the government as your way of living. And I say that because of, people say that we're in a recession. People say that we're in a depression. People say, it really depends on your mindset. So, I mean, we can be in winter and, there's people thriving around you and you're not understanding how they're doing it. You know what I mean? So, if you want to look more into that, I do listen to Tony Robbins. He talks about winter, right? Winter time of situations or seasons in life. But this could be a time to where you decide to work for the government, use the government in some way, shape, or form or capacity in regards to your home life because of the crisis, because of the recession. There's an enlightenment that happens. It could actually come over through family. It could also come through those signs, Cancers, Pisces, right? Sagittarius, another Sagittarius. But it can be an enlightenment that happens to you that changes your world. Neptune is leaving Pisces and going in Aries and is ready to start that cycle. But you've been in this cycle for 14 years. 14 years is a long time of Neptune trying to make you figure out, how should I contain my emotional body? How is it connected to family, right? All of these things, trauma, family trauma, inner child trauma. Oh, goodness. How to have your own family, how to be a mom, problems with mothers, problems with parents, okay? So this has been happening for a while. 14 years, I think it's 2011. You'll have to do the math, but I think it's 2011 since this has been occurring. Okay. But Jupiter bringing in opportunities for you to use and situate yourself of transforming, healing fears and phobias, receiving inheritance, also receiving those investments in chunky money, those shared resources. And it could be coming from Cancerous themes. It doesn't necessarily have to be Cancerous themes, that it could be something that comes in that actually makes you feel like your emotional body is secure. Okay? Your sense of belonging is secure. All right? It could be tangible, and it could also be intellectual, because psyche is the 8th house. All right? Your psyche. Dealing with psychosis of family trauma, right? Okay, so we're going to look at Pluto in Aquarius. Let me get another pen here. Whenever you have Neptune transiting or within your natal chart, Pluto has a way of grounding you. This is the reason why things are not so clear. Because if you were able to see situations, you would act differently. The reaction of your reality would be different if you knew the truth. So Neptune shields you from the truth so that you can act accordingly. To put a foot down to your soul path. And your soul path is where Pluto lies. So Pluto is transiting that 3rd house. That 3rd house deals with a lot of things. So I'm going to go over it so you know. The environment you grew up in. Aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. Communication to yourself, your mindset, and communication outwardly to other people. Vehicles, gadgets, laptops, phones. Those are Gemini, right? Third house. Short distance travel, moving or movement, media and writing, skills and learning abilities. Small education such as certificates. And all of this is connected with Aquarius. And Aquarius is clubs, groups, and affiliations. Aquarius is hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals. Aquarius is also older siblings, friendships of long distance, socializing in a big way, more than 3 people, and technology, the internet. So Pluto is transformation. Pluto is death and rebirth of situations. It could be literal, right? Death or rebirth, to where someone is born or someone passes. It can also be transformation of situations, right? And it could feel like a crisis because Pluto is connected with that 8th house with Scorpio, right? Scorpio rules 8th house in astrology. It is connected. It is the ruler over Scorpio. Pluto has been working to transform this house, and it will be here until 20 to 22 years, consistently transforming your clubs, groups, and affiliations, consistently transforming your mindset, consistently transforming, maybe even moving, okay? Consistently transforming situations of vehicles, situations of phones, laptops, gadgets, upgrades, right, of those things. It could be aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, or neighbors, okay, that it consistently transforms. Now, I'm not saying that you're going to constantly move, but I am saying that it is going to make you move, whether that is physically or from home or away from family or detachment is Aquarius. So it could be those emotional detachments that are necessary within your psyche, within your mindset. It is asking you to acquire skills and learning abilities in regards to internet, using the internet, getting affiliated with those people that also are affiliated with what you're doing. Okay, clubs, groups, and affiliations, right? And this is all concerning those goals that you have. For you to have more of opportunity of feeling like you are at home, so that you have your emotional body secure. Okay? This is what Pluto is doing. Pluto is making you find a place to where you belong. Pluto is also making you understand and see situations for what they are, not the dialogue that you had before. It's transforming that psyche. It may require you to adapt in situations while it's transiting in this house. It may require you to understand people are different and understand that human is human, okay? Because Aquarius has a way of being different and they feel different, okay? They feel like an alien around other people because they feel misunderstood. And this could be a time to where Pluto transits and can make you feel that way here in the 3rd house of where you grew up or around aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, or neighbors. All right? Pluto is transforming that. Transforming how you think. in regards to those people, in regards to your surroundings. Third house can be also tools and advertisement, public speaking, and using your hands. So if you're in some type of healing factor of any type, it could be medical, it could be the taboo, it could be using spirituality, it could be how you got through situations thus far, either with grief or losing something or someone, that is how you're going to use toward the public with your hands, advertising, public speaking, communication. This could be the indicator of you being a public speaker on how you healed that trauma. Or this could be an indicator of doing tarot to help others be distracted from their crisis. Okay? Or it could be, tarot isn't just some type of entertainment to me. Tarot is the way that I speak to God. And you could use that in a situation of other people, helping other people, that they too can talk to anyone beyond the veil. Doesn't necessarily have to be just God. It can be anybody, because that's how I do mediumship also, right? And this indicator with Pluto is transforming you to help the collective with your speaking, with your mindset, with using tools, with using your hands. Okay? Transformation of you being on the internet, being placed in the public's eye. Transformation of you, if you don't have that goal, right? If you don't have the necessarily goal of being famous for what you do. This could be that you just help others. It could be one-on-one. It really depends on the planets that are surrounding your chart. But it could also be to help you with clubs, groups, and affiliations, to be a part of something, to feel like you have that sense of belonging. Sagittarius, I know that you have explored or had experience with different types of people in your life. Maybe some of you have become reclused from situations because of that fourth house being in Pisces, of feeling like a victim, or feeling victimized, or feeling like you're suffering every time you get close to someone, because your emotional body is in Pisces, right? Pluto is trying to tell you that you're a part of a bigger picture, that you're capable of using your gifts that came with experience. The experience that you went through. Third house is the beginning of that experience, right? And how you communicate, and you have the skills and learning abilities there. Writing. It could be that you write the book. You do the speech. You do something bigger than yourself to show other people that they also can do something bigger than themselves, right? Okay, so I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. Neptune giving you the clarity. It could be tangible of you moving homes, or it could be tangible of your mother or family moves homes once again. And it could be that they get facilitated with the government to do so. Or if they had trouble commuting, that they get help through clubs, groups, and affiliations, the same as you. Hopes, dreams, and wishes are activated with Aquarius. So Aquarius can give you a detachment to any type of crisis that you're going through. When Jupiter goes direct, and it will bring in opportunities for you to use shared resources that are connected with Pluto being activated in the third. And that could be tangible. It could be that you get that inheritance, or that opportunity using the government comes through, or that opportunity or communication surrounding your mortgage is taken care of, and it feels like a blessing. It could have been taken care of by aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, or neighbors. You're changing the way you see them. You're changing the way that you communicate about them or in regards to them. Okay? Your psyche is changing to facilitate that transformation of your emotions. And this could be just that, of you healing situations of the past. Also, it could be opening up doors for you to have a goal of some sort that is dealing with other groups, clubs, and affiliations, that is dealing with a new community. It could be that community is actually opening up to you of, let's say that you're working for your city or county or district, whatever, that they're opening up to you a transformation of, or it could be the other way around, of you moving away from that situation. But either way, with Jupiter activated, because it rules you, it will be an identity change. People will see you differently. People may even see you in a more optimistic light, because that is Sagittarius. They may see you getting blessings rain down upon you, because Sagittarius is your first house, right? So that deals with your identity, the way that other people see you, your physical body, your aesthetic. The way that you dress is your aesthetic, okay? The way that your hair is, all the quirkiness of you is your aesthetic, okay? So people will see you differently, and you yourself will probably see you differently too, because there is a self-autonomy that comes out of the first house of confidence and governing yourself differently. And maybe, just maybe, because of that blessing or opportunity that comes through, it changes you for the better. Okay? Thank you for being here, Sagittarius. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Capricorn. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't. We're going to talk about Neptune going direct in your third house in Pisces. The third house deals with a lot of things, so I'm going to go over it. It is the environment you grew up in. It includes aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. It is communication. Communication to yourself and communication outwardly, and receiving communication. Okay? Can be public speaking, for example. Vehicles is here. gadgets, phones, laptops. This is also included with ideas and documents, neighbors, I think I said neighbors also, relatives, cousins, aunts, uncles, siblings, moving and movement, media and writing, small education. Third house can be tools. It can be ambidextrous of using your hands, right? Advertising can be the third. Pisces is here. Pisces is here can be victimization, depression. It can be suffering. Pisces is also enlightenment. Pisces can be spirituality. Belief system is Pisces, because Pisces is I believe, right? It's your faith. Not necessarily connected to religion like Sagittarius, but is your faith. Okay? Surrender is Pisces. Pisces is also letting go and going with faith. It can be loss, grief, mediumship, past lives, karma. It can be the woo-woo, the taboo topics, right? Astrology, tarot, anything esoteric. Healing and restoration of past conditioning. Pisces can be represented as films and photography, prisons and hospitals. It can also be habits, habitual habits that you have. Could be drugs and alcohol. Doesn't necessarily have to be that. It could be a habit of a pattern that needs to be broken. Okay. Psychic and intuitive abilities is Pisces. The hidden secret is Pisces. Foreign revenue is Pisces. Okay. With the third house activated with Neptune in Pisces. Neptune is the ruler over Pisces, by the way, so it holds the same flavor. The difference would be that Neptune has a way of illusion and disillusion. And you can look at it as being stuck in a dream, and then all of a sudden you're in reality. You had rose-colored glasses on. Neptune made you have rose-colored glasses in regards to the third house for 14 years, and then all of a sudden there's an awakening or enlightenment that came to you. 14 years is a long time for a transit. So you can think back to situations of loss, grief, awakening to certain things, disappointments that dealt with aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and siblings. Okay? You could also understand and see how can I say this? Because it's not religious, but when I say God, source, the universe, I mean the whole thing, rather than, partaking in a religion and close-minding God, thinking of it bigger, right? So you could have seen God working, is what I'm trying to say. Spirit working. Or you could have seen situations of people acting out in a Neptunian way, such as escaping drugs and alcohol overdoses. Situations of when I say escaping, they could have been more woo-woo than you, right? Or they could have been just distracting themselves with their mind in some way, shape, or form. Neptune is going direct and having clarity, giving enlightenment to people in regards to wherever it's hitting in their chart. And in your case, there's going to be an enlightenment in regards to maybe that person in your life that is more woo-woo than you. Maybe there's something that they were on to. Does that make any sense? Or maybe you can find enlightenment through your mindset, through someone that is of faith, or someone that can show you a different way or a different path. It could be aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, or siblings, or neighbors that can show you this. And enlightenment is going to happen in regards to what's next. And it could be that it's time to move from your surroundings. Third house is movement and moving. Or it could be that you need to exercise or drink more water. Pisces is water. It could be that literal communication of something that was given to you, such as a reading, or you did a reading on yourself, that there's enlightenment coming out of that, and it changes you. It changes your path. It makes you have more faith. It makes you see things that your higher self wants, or your soul is calling you to do. Communication is activated, and yes, it could be that a loss is communicated to you. It could be that there is an awakening upon your grief, what's really ailing you, that could deal with being connected to aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. It could be that there is a transformation or ending that happens in their life, or it could be a transformation or ending that happens with the way that you communicate to others, or the way that your mindset is. Changes are happening. Neptune going direct is bringing clarity for you to understand why you weren't able to see as good as you could have. Neptune gives you illusions and then a disillusion to show you, if I would have shown you the truth at the beginning, you would have never done A, B, and C for your path. You would have never healed. You would have never changed that relationship. You would have never seen the truth behind the veil. Okay? Neptune has a way of being the spiritual parent, is what I'm going to call it, okay? Because Saturn is the father. So Neptune is like the mom of the zodiac. People say the moon is the mom. Moon's transits so quickly that you can barely keep up. Neptune transits so slowly that it gives you an intellectual upgrade. Does that make any sense? To where everything happens for a reason. Trust in God, source, universe, to have the path laid out for you, whether or not you see the truth now or later. Okay? To me, that's nurturing. To me, that is divine. So that you don't overstep or change your trajectory so quickly that you can't handle it, or change that trajectory completely to where you're on a different path completely, right? Some say that Saturn is reality and Neptune is illusion. And then there are others that say Neptune is actually the reality, because you get that clarity from what's really happening behind the veil. rather than dealing with things on a daily. I'll explain. Saturn is tangible. Work hard, play hard, do the lessons on a daily. Neptune is go with the flow, and things will work out as they're needed to work out. There's no push with Neptune. It's only clarity when it goes direct, and illusion and disillusion when it's retrograde, right? I think personally that Neptune is the real reality, because we make things happen whenever we don't have to. So, with that said, I'm getting off the subject here. I'm getting a little bit too deep, as I would say. Neptune going direct in the third is giving you an awakening in regards to the way that you talk to other people, the way that you talk to yourself, the way they speak to you. Action is reaction. So whatever you push out there, you get back. Whatever you decide to do in your life when it comes to the third house, with your mindset, you make reality. You are a co-creator. Okay? You have the ability to stop doing the pattern. You have the ability to heal. You have the ability to put boundaries up in regards to the people that are surrounding you. You have that ability. Whether or not you decide to take part in action of that ability is up to you. And Neptune is showing you that here. Neptune is saying, is your aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors holding you down? Are they putting things within your mind that aren't really there? Are you holding a story toward them that really isn't true? That maybe you're the one that needs to change so that your reality changes, co-creating with God, source, the universe. This can happen in a psychic and intuitive way, that you receive gifts from God, source, the universe, and that transforms you. It transforms the way you connect. It transforms the way you think. Third house being connected with Gemini. Gemini is the thought processes that we have. Okay. So let's look at Jupiter, and I can give you more of tangible things that can happen. Jupiter is the traditional ruler over Pisces. And Jupiter is in Cancer in that 7th house, right? So we're dealing with other people. We're dealing with your relationships, friendships, business associations, clients, and therapy. And it's connected with family. It's connected with homes and properties is Cancer. Family is Cancer. Mothers, motherhood, parents, mother figures. It doesn't necessarily have to be moms. It can be grandmothers. It can be a person that's nurturing. Your emotional body is Cancer. With Jupiter here, Jupiter is expanding. Jupiter is retrograde right now. It's 23 retrograde, 23 degrees retrograde in Cancer. But it will go direct. And you'll receive opportunities and blessings out of this house. But at this time, it is retrograde, working on you internally in regards to opportunities and blessings that come through for your emotional body, dealing with relationships. And it can be tangible to where there's an interaction with your in-laws because you're relating to other people. It can be your in-laws that remind you of your family, or it could be situations of caring for that relationship. All of this is happening because Neptune going direct is giving you an epiphany, giving you an awakening in regards to what you really want out of a relationship. Okay? That can go one or two ways whenever you have that enlightenment. It can also be situations of those things happening with your partner's family. Opportunities that could come out of their family. Or opportunities coming out of your partner. Or opportunities coming out of a business association. Or clients. Okay, so I'm going to explain. The Cancer facilitated in the 7th of your partner could communicate to you in regards to how to heal anything that deals with a mind situation. Aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors could be part of that mind, that situation that you're going through. Or it could be a business association that you have in regards to taking care of someone, in regards to cancerous things. Okay? Taking care of someone. It could be nurturing them in some way, shape, or form. It could be acting like a mom to the collective in some way, shape, or form. Such as babysitting, taking care of their homes in one way, shape, or form. Anything business associated with Cancer. Cancer is also dealing with emotions. You could be a person of a healer, right? And there's opportunities coming out of that help you. More communication in regards to clients working at their homes. More communication in regards to your partner's situation with family. That they could be healing their emotional body. That they could be caring for someone. That they're the person that is doing these things. You know, it could be associated with that. It could be that Jupiter is expanding an emotional body to you so that you move. And that could look like an actual move, right? It could look like your partner moving. It could look like an actual movement of some sort to take care of yourself with your partner. You guys get into an exercise routine or join the gym or something like that. You could be receiving therapy, okay, for whatever past trauma with parents or family, or a loss of some sort, or grief. Okay, it could look like that. Jupiter has a way of bringing in opportunities and blessings. Jupiter retrograde is dealing with expanding the emotional body so that you actually do something about it. But it can also be that you see your partner with different eyes, that they are nurturing, or that they do care, or, you know, that sense of belonging is activated. This could also be if you don't have a partner. that there's communication in regards to being one, okay? In regards to either being proposed to or, and I say it lightly because marriage is the seventh, but it's also partners. So it could go either way, because you don't necessarily have to have that piece of paper to be partnered up with someone. And so I say it lightly, that your partner wants to become monogamous and only see you, right? Only be with you. So that could happen during this time. It could also be situations of opportunities coming out of your partner's home, okay? If you guys don't live together, that they could have opportunities coming from their home or from their land of property. Okay, so I'm going to look at Pluto and Aquarius, and I'm going to explain why. So whenever Neptune is activated and you're confused or don't understand the purpose of Neptune, the purpose always comes from Pluto. Pluto is trying to transform something. And even though you can't see through the fogginess, when you have the awakening, you're going to see why, right? But until then, Pluto can give you the indicator of groundedness of why. So Pluto being in Aquarius in the second house is transforming that second house, transforming your self-worth. It's transforming your confidence. It's helping you be affiliated with the right clubs, groups, and affiliations that help you with that confidence, help you with money and how to see your value and how you bring value into the world is the second house, right? I'm going to go over the second house so you know. It is confidence, self-confidence, your value, what you value, material things that you value, luxurious things. It is money, how you spend money, your individual income. Okay, that's the second. Aquarius is clubs, groups, and affiliations. It is your dreams, your goals. It can be worked out as detaching from situations. That can be Aquarius. It can be the internet. Okay. Big groups, clubs, and affiliations or parties. More than 3 people, okay, is Aquarius. Older siblings, friendships of long distance, acquaintances is Aquarius. So with this activation with Pluto, Pluto is trying to transform, rebirth, death and rebirth of this situation. Let's burn it all down and then we're going to build it back up, right? That's Pluto. And Pluto transforming this house for the next 20 to 22 years. If you have questions in regards to why you can't see clearly with Neptune activations, this is why it's happening. Okay. So Pluto transforming your self-confidence. Neptune being in Pisces with that victimization and suffering within your mind. And you're getting an enlightenment in regards to why. And it could be that it was so that you could find the right people to associate with. It could have been that maybe you were too humble. Being a Capricorn, you can't afford to be humble. Okay? I say that with grace. Right? Because I do know a lot of Capricorns that have more water element within their chart, and they have trouble asserting themselves as a Saturn ruled sign, whether that be within their rising, moon, or sun. They have trouble asserting themselves with confidence. Neptune worked in the third house with your mindset. Neptune worked in your house with communication, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. Okay. It worked in loss and grief. It worked in enlightenment, letting go and going with faith, being connected to God, source, the universe. It worked in this house on and off with its illusion and disillusion for the last 14 years. 14 years is a long time, 2011. So when you think about it, there had been times to where, I'll give you an example. My sister is a Capricorn sun. And she told me that there would have been no way that she could have communicated like she did to move to her husband, because she was having problems with the family, his family, and they lived right beside them. And there would have been no way that she could have done this if she wasn't taking antidepressant medicine. Okay? That's Pisces. That was Neptune working in Pisces so that she could be sad enough to get the medicine, and then confident enough while on the medicine to say the things that she needed to say. Right? She had really bad anxiety. If you ever have the definition of monster-in-law, goodness, something else. And it didn't stop when she moved. It really didn't. But she was confident enough to move away, and confident enough to place boundaries upon the situation. So that's an example of how Neptune could have worked here in the third. With Pluto associated now, her confidence level is higher, and therefore she's capable of being around those clubs, groups, and affiliations, or a part of the community to work in, have her individual money. She could also, do a business of some sort, or this could be a situation of just her confidence gaining, okay, that transformation. But that's an example for you, right, of this whole thing is working out with Neptune so that your confidence level goes up, your self-worth goes up, you see your value within the world. Your value will be appreciated by the end of Pluto transit, okay? It will be appreciated by the public. Public is Aquarius. It is clubs, groups, and affiliations. Your soul tribe, right? You will have connections that you're capable of gaining money individually. This may not include your partner. Your partner may, because 7th house is Cancer, they could be a literal Cancer, but they could also be at home more. Or you have the capability of having business associates that help you work from home. Does that make any sense? Do you see the correlation? But Pluto is transiting here in the 2nd house to burn down the way that you used to do things with
money and other people, and facilitate a rebirth of the phoenix rising from the ashes to understand your worth and understand what you have value with and how you value things. So this could be a time to where your money is gained from some type of passing of someone, because that's Pluto, an inheritance, or money is gained from caring from someone. That can happen. Boundaries could be put up with Neptune going direct on how you have used your value, used your money, used whatever toward aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors, and boundaries need to be put up. There's no more giving to this one, that one, and the other, because you need to take care of your family. You need to take care of your situation. That can be Pluto in that second house of transformation of how you spend money. Okay? That pulling back from every birthday party or every baby shower or every whatever. Yeah, okay. However you give money away to family, that may stop. Okay? And boundaries could be put up. There is an awakening here on how you've been treated from aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. There's an awakening here in regards to maybe they don't ask for help, and they're in need of help, and you and your partner decide to take care and nurture them. Or it can be the other way around, of maybe they don't see you as needing help, and then therefore they place upon that Jupiter with that family in that seventh house of connection relating to other people, and they help you in some way, shape, or form. You're going to see your real connections here, okay? You're going to see the truth in regards to where boundaries need to be placed. You're going to see your partner change, okay? Your partner or your best friend could be changing for the better. I do want to put a warning in regards to partners and best friends and business associations of emotions are high with Jupiter activated in Cancer, okay? They're high for everybody, and it's to push them to make them move, push them to make them act, push them to make them change, okay? It can do that. It can expand it. It can also bring in blessings to those people from family or with something that makes them feel like they belong, okay? Blessings can come to them with Jupiter activated. But it's coming to you in regards to relating to them. And that all deals with that third house of your mindset, okay? So maybe because Jupiter can be belief system, and it can be teachers, preachers, and gurus, because there's a connection with Sagittarius. And it could be that therapy is needed, or it could be that holistic healing, because Pisces is activated, of spirituality or something of that modality can help. Sagittarius in your chart is the 12th house. So we're dealing with Pisces again. dealing with Sagittarius, teachers, preachers, and gurus, skills and learning abilities, higher education. Journaling can help during this time. Writing is the third house. If you have been going through situations of finances or partnership or all the way around, right? Anything that you can think of that has been giving you depression, giving you suffering or victimization, writing it down can help. Turning it into actually a memoir. If you have the book already, all of these journals, turning it into a memoir or some type of novel of some sort, right? That can help. It can actually bring in more business, and you're associating yourself as, I healed from situations, and you're placing that out into the public and making your own individual money, right? Second house, Pluto. But however it works out for you, I do suggest Abraham Hicks. If you haven't listened to Abraham Hicks, she channels beyond the veil, right? And it can help you with your emotions. If you are looking to heal the inner child, Christina Lopes on YouTube, she calls herself the Heart Alchemist, can help. Relationship problems, I use Tony Robbins and Sage Robbins talking about relationships, okay? But I'm going to leave you with this. No relationship is perfect. Every relationship has to have boundaries. Every relationship has to have unconditional love, right? And it's not easy. They're never easy. And if people say that they're easy, they're secrets, okay? There are secrets happening underneath the surface that they're not talking about or aren't aware of, right? So taking the time out to heal situations, that is taking authority, Capricorn, Saturn ruled, over the situation. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Aquarius. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Aquarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take time out to look at Neptune going direct in Pisces. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. All right, so we have the second house activated. The second house is your self-worth and confidence. It is also material things that you value, luxurious items that you value. It can be money, your individual income. It can also be sensual things, right? Taste, smell, touch, sensual things. Stability, your stubbornness, okay? Second house, it rules the face and food, right? Pisces is here. So there could have been some type of suffering that has happened in regards to making money, in regards to getting luxurious items or maintaining that luxurious lifestyle, right? It could have been victimization or suffering that deals with food in one way, shape, or form. I know an Aquarius sun that had turned diabetic. Neptune has been here for the last 14 years. So 14 years, 2011, of illusion and disillusion with food, face, your your values, what you value, how you bring value into the world, your money, your income. Pisces is also depression, okay? And I say that lightly, right? With discernment, because depression could have came out of not being able to make the bag, right? Not being able to make enough money. Or depression could have came out of what you were partaking and consuming in, whether that be wine or beer or too much sweets or whatever. Depression was coming in from that, or that you felt like you didn't bring in value. It could have been that you may have thought that your value came out of some type of faith, okay? Spirituality and faith is Pisces. I believe is Pisces, right? So you could have thought that you could help other people heal in some factor. And there could have been glimpses of that, of maybe you thought you could do this, and then all of a sudden, you know, something happened to where you thought, well, maybe not. And then you got back into it, a push and pull. Right, you're talking about Pisces, the two fishes that go around in circles. So it could have been one way or another on a constant. Okay, maybe you thought you were psychic, and then all of a sudden you thought you weren't. If you were into the spirituality aspect of Pisces, because it can give you an enlightenment, it can give you psychic and intuitive abilities, but you could have thought that it came and went, or it could have been foggy, or you could have felt like it left you, right? And that could have been a thing. Pisces is also loss and grief. So there could have been a loss of income of some sort. It could have been victimization around making income in some way, shape, or form. This could have also been situations of you being able to use your creativity in some way, shape, or form to make money, because Neptune can bring out the creativity in you. And you could have learned how to use that gift that you have, but somewhere in between, there could have been some suffering of you feeling like you weren't capable enough, or you feeling like you were not sure if this was your purpose, or, you know, Neptune brings on confusion and fogginess and illusion, so that you put more of an effort in something, or so that you're not seeing the actual path that you're guided on. Because if you've seen it, you wouldn't have healed. Or if you've seen it, you would not had went on this path to get there, right? That's the way that Neptune works. Neptune can create an illusion for you to be on a certain trajectory, so that you get to the aimed trajectory, to that goal. An awakening can happen during this time of you seeing your true gifts of psychic and intuitive abilities, of you seeing or connecting with your values, what you truly value, because the world has changed, right, in the last 14 years. And this could be you awakening to the fact of, if I never went through that, I would have never been here, okay? And that can give you more self-confidence. It can also show you that God, Source, Universe actually does have your back, right? And kept you safe, and could also be an indication of you gaining money, or you gaining self-confidence, self-worth, or you gaining that value, right? Pisces is activated in everybody's chart with Neptune, and loss is activated and grief is activated, okay? So with that said, on your end, there could be a gain from loss. There could be an inheritance of some sort. There could be a gain from grief, that you are healing other areas in your world, or becoming a person that is more faithful, more faithful to their spirituality, on the path of helping other people heal and restore themselves from grief or loss, right? And you can make money from that, or it could be a situation to where there's a healing of sorts that happens from that food situation we were talking about, or your face situation, that there is an enlightenment on what's really happening. And it could have something to do with a detox, or it could have something to do with drinking more water, or the water that you have, or I want to say mold, right? Mold and mildew could have an effect in regards to acne, in regards to situations of, your body. So this could be that you are realizing this, that you are realizing also your self-worth and confidence in regards to where you stand within your faith. A lot of people, they try to mix Pisces with Sagittarius. I'm not talking about religious faith. I'm talking about faith into God, source, the universe, without religion involved. Okay? And there is a difference. There's a separate situation there. If you are one that is of the mystic or mystical, I forget the word, of a person that believes in every religion, because there's truth around religion, but there's also control around religion. So you could be one that is seeing the truth in regards to how you bring value into that world of belief. Okay. All right. So I want to talk about Jupiter. Jupiter is in Cancer. Jupiter is the traditional ruler over Pisces, and it's activated. I'm trying to remember where Jupiter is. It's in Cancer in the 6th house. And the 6th house is your lifestyle. The 6th house is your daily routine, your daily work and employment, co-workers. It's also pets, service to others, organizing and detail orientation. 6th house is self-mastery. Okay. So Aquarius, with this activation with Jupiter, Jupiter is expanding situations that could deal with home, property, mothers, motherhood, mother figures, family. I think I said family. It's also dealing with your emotional body. It's dealing with your sense of belonging, your foundation. Okay, Cancer. Jupiter can be blessings. Jupiter can be opportunities. It can just be expansion. It can be belief systems because it's connected to Sagittarius, okay? It can be teachers, preachers, or gurus, right? So the sixth house activated here, it could look like you are becoming a teacher, preacher, or guru. It could also be that you're having to take care of a mom or mother figure on a daily basis, that maybe their lifestyle is changing and you're having to intervene and take care of them. And there are opportunities that come out of that, or there are healing that comes out of that, okay? Healing can happen in regards to helping others heal, right? Servicing others. Your servicing others is healing you in one way, shape, or form, whether that is through whatever you're doing on a daily to service other people, but it helps you nurture yourself. It helps you feel needed. It helps you feel wanted, okay? This could have a connection with Neptune of, I as Neptune made you go through this suffering so that you could help other people, okay? It could look like that. It could look like Jupiter bringing opportunities and blessings to your home life. And there's a new lifestyle that's happening because of an upgrade that could be happening within your money sector. Okay. There could be maybe there, like I said, there could be an inheritance here that happens, and it could be from family of some sort. It could be the nurturing parent, doesn't have to be the mother, right? That they're leaving you something behind that indicates a better lifestyle for you. And it could be their home, it could be their property, or it could be money, okay? It could be situations of you gaining money because of taking care of that family member. It could also be a healing that happens that you're taking part in for any type of grief or loss, or it could be that you yourself are self-mastering to be the healer. Neptune being activated and direct is bringing in that epiphany, is bringing in that awakening to what's needed within your money sector. And it could be that you're deciding to either heal situations that happened at work, or this could be that you're deciding to work from home, okay? This could also be situations of being a parent, that you are becoming a parent, or you are investing in being a parent more. Self-mastery of Cancer. This could also be that you could be working with other parents in some way, shape, or form, or in that caring or nurturing factor, like I said. And that could be at prisons, hospitals, insane asylums, rehabilitation. It could be some type of spirituality or holistic healing, right? All these things are Pisces. And that's how you're making money. It could be also within the taboo, right? That you are part of medium, past life readings, karma readings, astrology, tarot, anything of that nature. And that's how you're making money, and you're doing this. It's a new lifestyle for you, and you're working from home. That could be it. It could also be situations of you taking care of other people in one way, shape, or form. and that's how you're making money. Don't necessarily have to do it from home. You could do it from their home. I'm seeing if there's anything else here that I can tell you. I know I'm repeating myself. Health is activated with the 6th house, and like I said about food, this could be a time to where a healing happens with your health. And it's due to you taking action in regards to your self-worth, and you taking action in regards to what you're eating and drinking more water, maybe changing the situation I said with Pisces was connected with mildew and mold, changing that situation to upgrade your health. So that means that Cancer is acting out as the home, and that's how things are changing there, with opportunities within the home. I'm seeing if I can find anything else. With Neptune, though, I do want to say Neptune has a way of being confusing for a while and then opening up to why it was confusing. Its initial saying is things happen for a reason. And here's the reason when it goes direct, right? So it shows you really what was happening beyond the veil. Neptune, while it's retrograde, needs grounding of some sort. So you look to Pluto. Pluto being in Aquarius. Let me circle it. Pluto being in Aquarius right now, it's direct, and it's transforming this house, the first house. Neptune is telling you this is why you weren't capable of seeing the truth in regards to why I created fogginess within the second, okay? Why I messed with your self-worth, why I messed with your value, or, you know, your capability of gaining of some way, shape, or form. This is why. And it was to change your identity, for you to be prepared for your identity to change, right? With Pluto in a chart, Pluto points to transformation, but it also points to your soul's path. Neptune is also connected with that, but Neptune isn't going to show you the whole story yet. It's going to make you go through steps without seeing anything so that you are on that path to transformation. Okay? So we're looking at why Neptune was confusing. And it was to change your identity. It was to change your physical body. It was to change the way that you look, your image. It was to change your self-autonomy, the way you lead yourself in the world, okay? Your self-leadership. It could have been also changing the way that you are on a sexual basis, because that can be changes in sexuality is first house, okay? It's that definition. First house with Pluto is a death and rebirth. It's going to burn down the way that you are seen by the public. It is going to burn down that old identity to bring you up from the ashes as a phoenix to a new person. Okay? So Neptune being in the second house, you went through depression. You went through suffering, victimization. You went through, felt like imprisonment of making money, maybe a slave of some sort to a job that you didn't necessarily like. Maybe could have been that you couldn't make money, right? It could have been situations of victimization within, you know, I can't eat anything, or I can't escape from reality. Or it could have been the other way around, that you overindulged and escaped too much to where you lost sight of who you were. Okay? And this was to break down that identity. Pluto is going to be in that first house for the next 20 to 22 years. So you will become the person that you need to be. You will have either a change that happens with identity from situations of death that happens in your world, or it could be situations of transformation of you that happens. And things are going to consistently change, and you're going to come out of this as a new person completely. Okay, ask a Capricorn. They just went through Pluto in the first. Okay, they had to go through their changes. And if you are married to a Capricorn, because I know that a lot of Aquariuses, they like Capricorns, right? In one way, shape, or form, rising, sun, or moon. If you are married to one or close to one, you see the changes that have happened in the last 20 to 22 years that Pluto was in Capricorn, right? And now your turn is going to change you, right? That you're going to become the person that rises from the ashes. Okay, so I do want to look at how Pluto is changing you. I know it's a kind of long, but I want to look at Pluto and how it's changing you, because it's very important for you to see that Jupiter is also connected in that house. So let's look at the 11th house, because it's ruled by Aquarius in astrology, and Jupiter is connected with Sagittarius and bringing opportunities, right? Connections to Jupiter. So I'm going to put a little arrow there with the 6th and the 11th activated. So this is clubs, groups, and affiliations, goals, rewards, and gains. This is opportunities coming here with Jupiter connected. This is teachers, preachers, and gurus, higher education, right? Sagittarius, higher education, teachers, preachers, and gurus, belief systems, okay? Connections with your community, clubs, groups, and affiliations. This, to me, looks like you becoming that teacher, preacher, or guru, connecting with the public. That could be how one way your identity changes. Another is religious beliefs, depending on the person, right? Because I'm not a person that's going to push, oh, you're going to have a religion. No, I'm the type of person that looks at it as this is you changing your belief system through groups, clubs, and affiliations. Okay, and it doesn't necessarily have to be religion. It can just be your belief system. This is all the reason why you're going through what you're going through right now. Now, the activation with Neptune could activate, it doesn't necessarily have to be a loss. It can be an indication of, well, I'm going to make it look like a loss, so that you take action. Does that make any sense? Because that's Neptune. I'm going to make it look like you're going to lose something or someone so that you take action, right? And your identity changes once again. And this could be that that care factor for another steps in. Or it could be an actual loss. Yes, it can be, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. It can be that I'm trying to see here. Neptune, connections with the 6th. It could be that boss that comes up to you and says, if you don't do this, then I don't know what we're going to do about your position. Or you hear through the grapevine about your position, and they say that you're being replaced or whatever. And then all of a sudden, you get an upgrade within your work, or you get some type of opportunity through being affiliated with higher education, right? It could be that you're going back to school, or it could be that teacher, preacher, or guru that's helping you on a lifestyle basis to facilitate that healing that's needed. That maybe you're listening to Tony Robbins and learning how to invest, or maybe you're listening to Abraham Hicks trying to get, your mind, body, and soul correct so that you can live the way that you want to, right? But Neptune going direct is going to show you how to have faith. It's going to show you the clarity of why you went through the suffering. It's going to show you also situations that are possibly or could happen, such as I said earlier, of it could look like something is happening, but it's really not, so that you make the move for your next step. And your next step is to change that identity, your physical body. The next step is to transform the way that you are affiliating yourself with clubs, groups, and affiliations, or to transform a goal for yourself, or to get life back into who you actually are or meant to be, being social, being a part of something, okay? And I think that might be about it, but it does look like upgrades can happen with work, with money, also with your self-worth and confidence in regards to Neptune going direct, okay? And I think that's about it, Aquarius. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Pisces. I hope you're doing well today. We're going to talk about this Neptune in Pisces that's happening in your first house. This is for Pisces, Sun, Moon, or Rising. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. Okay. So the first house is your image, your looks, your physical body, your identity, the way that other people see you, your physical appearance, your self-leadership and self-autonomy, the way you govern yourself throughout the world. Connected with Pisces, Pisces deals with loss, grief. It deals with victimization and suffering. It also deals with soul work, enlightenment, foreign revenue, photography, film. Also can be habits, can be prisons and hospitals, the mystical, taboo, woo-woo, right? Astrology and tarot. It can be enlightenment, higher states of consciousness, endings and transformation, letting go and going with faith. Your psychic and intuitive abilities, premonitions, dreams. Pisces being activated in the first house. This is how people see you with Neptune. Neptune going direct could have Neptune being here for the last 14 years since 2011 could have changed your identity, Could have changed your identity with how you are creative, with how you appear to other people. You could have seen Neptunian to where they couldn't figure you out, or you couldn't figure yourself out. You couldn't realize your purpose or how you were changing. Neptune can also make things seem like they're changing when they're not, so that it makes you move. So it could have seemed like things were being lost. Your identity was being lost. If, I'm going to give an example. If you were in a relationship, it could have seemed like there were times to where you were done, okay? And you were ready to just, burn it all to the ground. Okay. Oh, goodness. Speaking from experience. Anyways, or it could have changed your identity to a more creative you, to a more faith-based you, to a person that had more unconditional love, or was able to forgive, or was consistently forgiving, or had to put up boundaries, right? Neptune could have made an illusion surrounding your identity so that you would actually change who you were. Surrender. Let go and go with faith. Go with the flow. It could have enlightened you. You could have went through the dark night of the soul. You could have awakened to the fact of different things that had happened in your life. Awakened to the fact that you were a medium. That happened to me, right? Or awakened to the fact that you have psychic and intuitive abilities. Or astrology and tarot was something that you were interested in. That could have been something. Or it could have been that it made you awaken to your physical body, that you're actually a human and need to take care of yourself, right? or it could have changed your identity so that you would awaken. And that could have happened through an actual loss of someone, or that could have happened through grief of situations. You could have had a lot of awakenings with Neptune transiting here. Neptune has a way of not showing you the whole truth, okay? So that you continue on the path that you're needed to be on. If you were shown the truth, you would take different action. So Neptune put a veil over your eyes so that you could no longer see the truth of the situation to get through to the other side. And as it's moving into Aries, it's to reveal you, okay? It's to reveal the authenticity of you, all right? 29 degrees, Neptune direct, is giving you another awakening. Is giving you the all factor of everything happened this way for a reason. And it was to change who you were so that you could go on to the next step. Okay? People seeing you differently. You actually changed the way that you dressed, the way that you looked. Your physical body could have changed in some way, shape, or form due to a belief that you have now or a spiritual modality that you got into. A lot of times whenever we get more involved with spirituality, our frequency, it rises so that we can't no longer hold lower frequencies, which means that those habits that you had changed. Whether it was habitual patterns to yourself or habitual patterns of transformation, or bad habits such as drugs and alcohol, and you got into rehabilitation, right? Everything changed. With Neptune going direct, it's showing you the enlightenment of why. It's also showing you the path forward, okay? Clarity is coming out of this. But I do want to say that it could also show something happening that's not really happening, such as a loss, okay? Or such as maybe it's not done. 29 degrees and you haven't actually learned the lesson of Neptune to get up and move and change the situation of your identity. So it could be that Neptune makes it look like things are about to be lost, or Neptune is making it look like you're going through suffering or victimization, once again, because that's Pisces, within your identity, so that you change that identity, so that you change how you're leading yourself, okay? It can do that. It can also bring in clarity of what you've been doing, self-sabotaging yourself by victimizing yourself, or looking at yourself and being too critical, okay? You have to remember that the North Node and South Node, North Node is in Pisces and South Node is in Virgo. And all of these things are activated with us, Pisces, and having a reaction with the planets. Each of them are reacting to each other with the energies happening. It could feel like you want things to be a certain way, and Neptune is asking you to let go and go with faith, that God, source, universe has your back. And you may not be able to see it now, but later you will understand that this is happening for a reason, because that is Neptune's definition. Everything happens for a reason. Although you may not be able to see the truth in front of you, keep stepping forward. Okay? All right, so I want to look at Jupiter. Jupiter is the traditional ruler over Pisces, right? And Jupiter is in Cancer and it's retrograde. And when Jupiter is retrograde, it expands on your emotions. It also is dealing with you internally on how opportunities and blessings can come to you on an internal basis, on handling that emotional body, or even in the physical, because Jupiter will not be retrograde forever. It will bring in blessings and opportunities into this house that are tangible, okay? And to get ready. And Jupiter is ruled by, or it rules over, Sagittarius in modern astrology. And so that is a manifestation factor, okay? That's coming through with Jupiter. And Jupiter could be telling you, go ahead and get ready, because happiness is coming back in. Joyfulness is coming back in. That's the 5th house. Love is coming back in. Love for yourself, love for other people, love for your emotional body is coming back in. Get ready and get prepared. Maybe there's children coming in. Maybe there is a soul calling to come through you, right? Into the physical. All of this happens so that you could prepare for that soul. All of this happens so that you could prepare for that love. All of this happened so that your love life could upgrade, right? You have to look at it in a different aspect than what the reality actually is, because this is God's source universe with Neptune trying to talk to you of, I'm bringing in some type of divine gift so that you can understand why all of this suffering, all of this victimization has happened thus far, why you went through that depression, why you had to stop those habits, why you had to get on the spiritual path, why you had to find spiritual modalities, okay? Fifth house is, in definition, your love life, your romance. It is hobbies, friendships, celebrity status, popularity and recognition, dating, pleasure, creativity. It can be optimism and motivation, joy, hope, and optimism. Your God-given talents and genius is the fifth house. And all of these things that's happened thus far since 2011 that has changed you is happening so that either you can heal yourself with Cancer activated, with your emotional body with love, understanding the complexities of love, because it is not just one definition and it's not just one word. To love unconditional, to let go and go with faith when things don't seem like they're going the way that they should be, especially with your emotional body, to be happy when you are unhappy, okay? This connection with Jupiter and Pisces, this connection with your belief system, Sagittarius, Jupiter rules over Sagittarius. So that belief system is activated when it comes to your love life. That belief system revolving around the way that you were loved when you were a child. It may have had Neptunian flavor, okay? It may have had neglect involved. It may have had disassociation involved, okay? I say all of that because the connection with Jupiter in Cancer, with family, emotional body, all of these things. And what Neptune was trying to show you in that first house of your identity, connections with what is ruled in astrology. 12th house is ruled by Pisces. 12th house is where Aquarius is, okay? And that is detachment, neglectfulness. It can be weird, right? It can be separated from emotions, okay? And all of these things, connections with Cancer, your emotional body, Cancer with family, with mothers, with parents, with mother figures, okay? This could have been Neptune awakening you to the fact of how it was really within your family. I don't know about you, Pisces, but sometimes you forget. You forget that love itself has a duality. That, how can I explain that? Unless someone suffers within a connection, it doesn't look like there's love. And I'm going to explain. You get in a fight with someone that you love. You don't feel the love unless they miss you, long for you, suffer for you, in some way, shape, or form. That's duality. The real reality of love is detachment to the situation if it gets too heated, and unconditional love of I love you without the conditions to make me happy. Because no one can make you happy but yourself. And it is not your responsibility to make others happy. To be in love and connected with another, there is no way for it to work without loving unconditionally. Okay? So that could have been a reality that you come to with the 5th house activation and with your emotional body. That love is very complex. It's not necessarily the fairy tale as everybody thinks that it is. The fire in love, the flame can go out, but it can be relit depending on the people that are involved. It doesn't stay this fiery situation for very long. Usually it's at the beginning or the very end, right? But it doesn't necessarily stay that way in between. That you have to relight that candle ever so often. And that could have been a realization with either a person that you're in love with or friendships. They have to be worked on all the time. You cannot neglect them. If you neglect them, that means that the friendship is dying or that the love life is dying. And therefore you have to relight it. You are the co-creator of your reality. You decide on who to love and why to love a person. The choice is yours, right? So with this activation with Jupiter, expansion of emotions have been happening in Cancer with everybody. And for you, it's touched on your love life. It's touched on your friendships. It's touched on your talents and genius, right? Of, am I doing the right thing? Am I actually helping people? Am I doing what I do because I have some type of past trauma that needs to be healed, right? That could have come up with Jupiter retrograde. And you have to remember that right now is connected with your 1st house. So we have Cancer, homes, properties, mothers, mother figures, motherhood, parents, family, and your emotional body. Am I doing the things that I do because of my mom? Is my identity the way that it is because of my family? Because of who my past was? These are questions that could be coming up with Neptune going direct. Because it's trying to enlighten you that you're the person that is accountable. You're the person that has the choice on what they do. But it also could be showing you if things didn't work out in that little circle of your life the way that it has thus far, would you be the person that you are today, right? So there could be feelings coming up that surround your relationships, that surround happiness and joyfulness. You may have not felt joy for a very long time, okay? Considering that Neptune was in this house, Saturn was in this house, right? teaching you lessons about yourself, teaching you, keeping you in the dark about situations. Secrets and stuff could have come to light, and it could have shocked you, disappointed you. If you've gotten into relationships thus far with Neptune since 2011 in this house, or had children, that disappointments came to you, right? That victimization and suffering in regards to, I can't have enough fun, or I can't escape myself or the situation, or a consistent use of having fun and use of drugs and alcohol for you to escape, right? And if you haven't learned the lesson of Neptune being in Pisces with habits, it might, as it's going direct, show you that lesson with your habits, whether that be, habits don't have to be drugs or alcohol. It can be eating your feelings. It can be anything that is habitual that you do. But Jupiter here is going to bring opportunities of having fun again, of enjoyment again, of enjoying your children. And it's all due to the lessons that you've learned from that first house activation of having to see yourself from within, having to heal situations of love, having to heal situations of parents or parenthood, having to heal situations of not knowing whether or not you have a talent or a genius of some sort, or that changed, right? The reason why it changed is for you to be the person that you are today. One other way that you can look at this is that you can't see happiness without sadness. That could be another way that you could look at this to help you cope with the situation of life, of duality. Pisces has a way of being disappointed by life. And one way that you can understand is that it always has a duality. Without knowing great sadness, you would have never known great happiness. And happiness is coming to you with Jupiter here. It's going to bring in opportunities of maybe even fame and fortune to you. A winning of sort could happen. It could feel like a winning of sort, right? Depending on how it comes. It could feel like a healing of your relationships. It could feel like a healing of, you actually do enjoy and have emotional fun with your hobbies. You find something that you can connect with, right? That heals your emotions. Emotional body is attached to Cancer. So that enlightenment has a lot to do with your emotional body connected to those relationships and connected to how you have fun. You could actually be the fun mom, right? Because of the relationship you had with your mother or family. And honey, the fourth house in Gemini, they were crazy. And they could have been literally crazy, okay? They could have had a double personality toward you. Or they could have been, overly talkative. Or they could have been people that just, because it's Gemini, that seemed one way, but really were another way. Okay? Could have seemed one way to the public and then was another way in private. Okay? Because it's Gemini. Gemini is two, the twins, the dark and the light twin, right? The duality, okay? The joker of the zodiac, the trickster of the zodiac. So you just take that, you know, how you want to. They could have been a liar, right? Because Gemini can lie a lot and get away with it for a very long time. Two personalities, twins, okay? But healing came to you in regards to how to love someone last 14 years, how to love someone, how to connect, how to have friendships, how to have fun and console your emotions in regards to family matters, in regards to mother figures or fathers. Okay. All right. So Jupiter bringing in opportunities of luck, fortune, happiness once again. And I say that with grace. I really do, because it has been rough. Okay. I'm a Pisces sun. It has been very rough in all areas. I had to pause the video. Anyway, so, oh goodness. So we're going to look at the 12th house because it is ruled by Pisces, and I also want to show you another indication of how you can see the truth that comes out of Neptune, right? So when Neptune gives that illusion to disillusion you, there's a groundedness that you can look at that indicates the actual transformation. Remember that Neptune is the ruler over Pisces, and both are transformation and endings. And it's all connected to that 12th house, right? And it's all connected to another transformative planet, such as Pluto, to show you why. Why are you going through these situations? What is the actual truth? Okay, that's Pluto. Pluto is transforming the 12th house. The 12th house is Pisces' definition of loss, grief, mediumship, past lives, karma, healing, restoration of past conditioning, prisons, hospitals, the mystical, habits, higher states of consciousness, spirituality, soul work, enlightenment. All of these things are being transformed for the next 20 to 22 years. And it has an Aquarius flavor of detachment. Okay, Aquarius is detachment. Aquarius is groups, clubs, and affiliations. Aquarius is also older siblings. Aquarius is acquaintances and big, huge events. More than 3 people is Aquarius. The internet is Aquarius, okay? Aquarius being activated by Pluto. Pluto is transforming, death and rebirth, burning it all down to bring you up as a phoenix, rising from the ashes, from whatever victimization, suffering that you went through with groups, clubs, and affiliations, okay? That you went through with any type of older sibling or acquaintances that you've had, the public, all right? Anything that you went through dealing with the internet. Pluto is transforming you to either be on the internet, maybe be on the internet Maybe be with that spirituality or soul tribe that's connected with taboo topics such as astrology and tarot. Maybe put you in the right club, group, or affiliation that can actually transform your life to push you forward. Okay? Pluto being activated as transformative can transform that situation of that goal or those hopes, dreams, and wishes to come true. Or there could be an end of the old goal for you to have a new one, right? And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you why. So we have a lot of, I'm going to get another pen so you understand. We have a lot of transformational houses. And Neptune has that transformational also within it because it's connected with Pisces. So let's circle Pisces. Let's circle 12th house. Okay. All of these are transformative. Well, how do we figure out what is transforming? Okay. We go to the next sign that isn't transformative. So we have Pisces and Aquarius signs activated. Okay. So what is Aquarius? It is the 11th house. So that's how you can find out what is transforming. Also, if you want another indicator of transformation, Pluto being transformative rules over Scorpio. So we have both 11th and 8th house activated, right? So this could look like a few things. That the whole indication of this transformation is pointing to a new goal, club, group, or affiliation, a new event that happens. All of these things happening with Capricorn. Capricorn is work. Capricorn is a status. And that could be single to married, married to single. Or that could be a laborer or a worker. An upgrade could happen so that you move up. Or it could be your power. Capricorn is power, or your legacy. Okay. Let me get a new pen here so that you can see what I'm talking about. The 11th house activation. So transformation is happening with your work, with your status, with your legacy, with maybe even a father figure, a mentor, or you being that leader, okay, in a group, club, or affiliation, with a goal, a new work goal, all right, a new identity coming out again. Does that make any sense? So, 5th house being with Jupiter, that opportunity coming in. Jupiter is connected with Sagittarius in the 10th. I'm showing you the correlation so that you understand that everything is connected within the chart. And you can follow along by activations of planets. So Jupiter being activated with Sagittarius, because it's the ruler over Sagittarius in modern astrology, and it's in the 10th house, is that change or transformation, opportunity, blessings coming out of your work, your status, a literal Sagittarius, right? It could be opportunities and blessings coming out of a father figure. It could be opportunity, blessings coming out of being a preacher, teacher, or guru, or one that you're listening to, right? Preacher, teacher, or guru, or opportunity and blessings coming out of a degree. A 4-year college is Sagittarius. Sagittarius is long distance travel, foreign revenue. It is also not foreign revenue, that's Pisces, I'm sorry. It is also your belief system. It is religion. It is teachers, preachers, and gurus, higher education, 4-year college, skills and learning abilities, publishing, if you're deciding to publish that book, right? Opportunities coming out of that hobby, remember, 5th house, that hobby that you've already healed, went through. Maybe you wrote down how you healed. Your hobby could include being a healer of some sort. It could be included with healing the public, because we have connections with the 11th. Okay. But opportunities coming out of that 10th house, of a new status. And that status doesn't necessarily have to be married to single, or single to married, or work. It could be that financial status that you hold, because we have the 5th house activated with winnings, and it could be that you're winning something. I also want to look at connections with that 8th house with Pluto, of really the transformation is happening with relationships, is happening with clients, is happening with business associations, is happening with maybe you're getting married, maybe you're meeting your soulmate. Okay, all of these things are happening for a reason, right? Neptune in the first. Your identity may change again with Neptune going direct, and it could look like you get a mortgage, a home, one that you actually love. Okay, because we're talking about homes being in the 5th, right? Cancer being in the 5th, that's homes and properties. You actually loving where you are, right? This could look like something coming in as an inheritance. Could be from a mother figure. It could be from family of some sort. It could also look like you get a grant or government help, or something that deals with higher education that you're capable of using for higher education. And that's the way that your status and your identity changes once again. Opportunities are abound with Jupiter being in the 5th house, of maybe you're becoming a parent, a mom, or just a parent, because it can be both, and fathers and mothers are activated. It can also be that your work is changing. Professional life is the 10th house, okay? That your work is changing, or your partner's work is changing, and they're getting an upgrade, or they're just changing their work in some way, shape, or form. Okay. I say that because opportunities, the bigger picture, and blessings is Sagittarius. So it's hard to pinpoint what exactly it could be. But there is connections with contracts and affiliations with other people and using their resources. Okay, so it could have something to do with that, because Libra is contracts and affiliations with other people and resources. Clients, if you are one that does the taboo or is of one of healing of any type, that your client network is gonna upgrade. Jupiter being activated, Sagittarius being activated, with blessings and opportunities coming in that 10th, and then your clients is Libra in the 8th with Scorpio 8th house, right? Scorpio rules 8th house in astrology, so it deals with the taboo. It deals with all things esoteric. It also deals with, you can be that person that is capable of transforming your clients. Does that make any sense? That you are a transformational speaker because you have Gemini in the 4th, a transformational healer. Does that make any sense? So you have that capability. I also want to show you that your partner could have some type of inheritance coming to them, okay, with Libra in the 8th. And therefore, that's where the gain comes from. All right. But transformations are happening with 1st, 11th, 8th. Okay. Transformations all the way around. And remember that 11th house being ruled by Capricorn, that deals with your work and leadership and power. So you're going to come out of this whole situation being more powerful, having more confidence in yourself, having more leadership and autonomy within yourself, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you, because that was a lot. But I wanted to show you the correlation of how you can find out, because a lot of houses, they include transformation. And especially whenever you have a transformational planet within a transformational house, right? How to correlate that to the next house that rules, you know? So it is beautiful. It can look like also that you gain a home of some sort within the community that's needed for you. You could work from home. That is, that is the thing here, because we have correlations with Cancer and Aquarius and Capricorn. So that could be a thing that you're working from home, networking from home, gaining clients and things. Yeah, so I mean, it does look like beautiful things are happening to our identity